swiftly gather. Your children are gathered to thee. With our red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor to shield us from wrong. With our hope and our future before us, we hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our needless eye, who keeps Ethiopia free to advance with truth and right, to advance with love and light, with righteousness leading. We hail to our God and our King, humanity pleading, one God for us all. Ethiopia, the tyrants are falling, who once more be underneath. Children are artically calling from over the distant sea. Jehovah, the great one, has heard us. He has come to protect us from wrong. He has sent his holy angels to guide us and to protect us in this land. God bless our needless life, who keeps Ethiopia free to advance.
All right, give thanks, give thanks. Little short on the anthem. We could go ahead. You can put it up, Minister Liza, if you're just doing that. All right. All right. All right, we'll go ahead. Chaplain, I open us up with a prayer. Give thanks.
Sir. Oh, sir. Salam, Lekemu, Nakam Negatu, Abakudus, Katamawe, Katamawe, Ali Selassie, Mexia, you go see in Gesseto, Yedele, Meskele, Ethiopia, for help. Negotiate, you negotiate, Sirit. Amlakana, Ilena Wasawana, Hasana. Sata Masagana, Amlakana Halina Wasawana, Hasana, Sata Masagana, Hasana, Sata Amasagana, Amlakana Halina Wasawana, Hasana, Sata Amasagana, Amlakana Halina Wasawana, Hasana, Sata Amasagana. Kingdom peace be unto you. Blessed rising with the glorious King, our Holy Father, the glorious, the Amen, true faithful witness, light, our Israel, the anointing of our tribe, the Emperor's cross of victory, Ethiopia's star king, the Emperor's holy coronation, our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untalto, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom. That comes in the most powerful name of our Exhibit. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untalto, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom. That comes in the most powerful name of our Exhibit. Glory in the highest. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be King of better Israel. Glory in the highest. To our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest. For blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. For Israel's king is Israel's God, is Israel's strength, is Israel's everything. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Untalto, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our Exhibit here. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. Glory in the highest to our God, our strength, our protector. For better Israel's king, it's better Israel's strength, it's better Israel's God, it's better Israel in everything. In this time of revelation, Selah, Selah, Selah. Glory in the highest. Adu Ab, Red, Memphis Kudus, Abakudus Kinamawi, Haile Selassie, Seal Mexibia, Bahama Ab, Red, Memphis Kudus, Abakudus Kinamawi, Haile Selassie, Seal Mexibia, Selah. Our Father, who art in Zion, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against Zion. Strengthen us in temptation, and deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever, world without end. Through the name and power of the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conqueror Lion of the tribe of Judah, defender of the faith, the true light of this world, the true and faithful witness, our living man, Amen. Selah. Glory in the highest. Prayer for Ethiopia's deliverance by matriarch Dorothy A. Bayan, the wife of Malaku E. Bayan. Prayer for Ethiopia's deliverance to be said twice daily. Oh, Jah of our fathers and Lord of mercy, who has made all things by thy word, and ordained man through thy wisdom, that he should have dominion over the creatures which thou hast made, and over the world according to equity and righteousness, and execute judgment with an upright heart. Give wise mind to thy servant, Emperor Katamari Haile Selassie, thy elect, whom thou hast raised up from the east to deliver and mete out thy judgments to the nations of the world. Bestow upon him, we pray, wise mind in like measure as Solomon, that he may sway the scepter of thy promise with equity and in righteous judgment to all rob and be spoiled, I and I. Have mercy upon I and I, O Lord, exhibit of all, and send thy fear upon the nations that seek not after thee. Lift up thy hand upon the strange nations who have possessed I and let them see thy power, as thou wast sanctified in I before them. So be thou magnified among them before I. Let them know thee, we have known thee, that there is no other Amlach but only thou, O exhibit, Selah. Show new signs and make strangers up in your wrath. Take away the adversary and destroy our enemies. Remember thy covenant. The scepter shall not depart from Judah. Shorten the day, O exhibit, that thy people everywhere shall stretch forth their hands unto thee. Let them that fall of thy fire, let them perish, that up I continually. Have mercy upon thy peculiar people who are called by thy name, scattered among the nations. Give courage to those that possess thee, and frustrate the designs of the enemies within and without, and return their wills, their evils upon their own heads. Reward them that faithfully return, that faithfully serve and leaded thy people everywhere, and destroy our enemies speedily, that they would know that there is no Amlach like unto Ethiopia's exhibit. Hasten the day of universal brotherhood, when all mankind shall provoke thy name in irony and in truth, when idolatry and superstition shall no longer enslave our minds or blind our eyes. Help I to know and keep thy commandments. Hear our prayers and fill I with thy true iron, that all who dwell upon the earth may know that thou art the only exhibit, everlasting, the eternal, Siam exhibit, Ababa Jahai, Eliai, Sila. The voice of Ethiopia Volume 1, number 33, September 11th, 1937. For we, the black peoples of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination, to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation, incorporated unto His Superior Majesty as Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Mahel Safari, in accordance with the 1931 Ethiopian Constitution, Chapter 2, Powers and Prerogatives of the Emperor, Article 29. As Commander-in-Chief, he has the right to organize and commission forces in response to maintain Ethiopia's integrity and Ethiopian sovereignty when Ethiopia has come under threat as Commander-in-Chief. Give thanks and praises for this day and for the days that come forward in His most merciful and graceful name. Abakadus Kenamari, Adisalasi Sim Miximia, Sila, Sila, Sila. Give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks, Chaplain. Give thanks. Yes, indeed. Wonderful, wonderful. I just want to thank everyone for coming in again to this other state of remembering. This is our story, and the theme tonight is the greatest story ever told, part 2. And grateful for everyone coming on in. And I just want to put out some reminders out there and some promotions. This weekend we have a few things going on through our local. One is we are participating as a local with the Repatriation and Reparation Committee. And we are making a presentation to the global body at 1 p.m. on Saturday Eastern Standard Time. And we are looking to let everybody know what we are aiming to do in repatriation, what we've done, and how everyone can come in and help to assist to get things up and going, and how we can push to get a better commitment as a global body to move towards this, and let everybody know a lot of the questions that they've been having. We've got many of the answers, but there are still many answers to be found because we're going to have a lot of learning along the way, and it's going to be a great journey. So we're looking forward to sharing that with everybody. So where we are, what we are doing, and what we aim to do, and what our options are. So everyone, look out for that. I'm sure your presidents, if you're anybody who's in the locals, your presidents should have told you about the efforts for that. If not, please be glad to ask them. That's the update with the repatriations. And if you can, how can you help? How can you assist, whether it's with getting the word out there to raise funds, whether it's your skills when it comes to dealing with repatriations, from business, ethics, civic planning, dealing with the environment, um, any which way that you can come on in and be part of it, let us know, because we have a great opportunity, and an extension of love has been given to us by one of the kings from Ghana in the northern region, the Wa region in northern Ghana, close to the Burkina Faso border. And also, we'll be celebrating the Battle of Ottawa Day, Victory Day. the victory day that sparked the major push for Pan-Africanism, the battle that let everybody know the integrity and the power of ancient
Exactly. So stop
Ethiopian culture.
talking shit.
And then we're gonna get everything to be moved into a kind of way that makes everybody understand what we're up against, how we did fight, and how we're going to keep on fighting. So, with the Battle of Ottawa will be celebrated now in North Carolina, and that will be in Seoul City, North Carolina, and that is hosted by our first vice president, Queen Afia, and also our her whole crew, the Rastafari North Carolina Initiative. As you can see, our Foreign Affairs Minister Lazarus just put that in the chat. So you can click on that, look at the details after the time and the place. We might be on live a little bit, and that'll be through our Instagram. Our Instagram, we should be live for a little bit to showcase the events and what's going on over there. That's also going to be for us to get some membership and have some support for our repatriation committee, because that is the important thing in this time when it comes to African unity and liberation as well. There's a lot of liberation going on, liberation of the minds, liberation of the hearts. And we look forward to working hand in hand with other Africans who are realizing their destiny, who are realizing who they are, their royalty, and realizing their responsibility with being leaders, dealing with the kingly and the priestly. That energy is all about, and we give thanks and praise for that. Because His Majesty did say, when they asked him to say, these people look at you as a savior. And he said, a generation shall replace me. So it's been some time, and there's been a lot of cultivation by the elders, a lot of spiritual motivation by the elders, and a lot of the prayers of the elders are in the children that were born after that time. So we give thanks and prayers for the prayers and the good works and the foundation that the elders of the early Rastafari movement, the early Rastafarites movement from Chicago to New York, and the early original Zion movements from the Daughters of Zion and Harlem and such. Be thankful for their energy and their prayers and their love that has brought us into this time for us to do our part in this segment with this blueprint His Majesty has given us. And also, feel free to check out our Instagram page. We do have a link on there dealing with membership, dealing with sending donations and such. It's always open for donations for ones who are able to, willing to, and wanting to help and give a little hand with finances to keep the technology moving and to keep everyone's time going good. So give thanks for that. And we have a few members in here that are entrepreneurs. We got a few members who are great individuals with great talents. We have some artists like our chaplain design in charge of a musical unit, great artists. If anybody else is looking to have something going on in Florida with a show, you need a fireman, you got design. If you need to get that good hip hop, that positive hip hop, we got Rewater No Tap, and we also got God Amage. Wonderful brothers, positive brothers, making a big difference in the community in many ways with doing good works from helping children, coaching youths, having drumming classes for youths, going out there, giving a good vibration to the people out there. So check out those brothers definitely if anybody has any ideas about any talents. And then there's a wonderful album from Real Water No Tap. That album is called Off the Rocks. Man, it's a great album, great native story from Savannah. We talk about the native, we talk about people that are exemplifying the good works that have been seen from His Majesty and making that transition into that godliness, into that God. We see that energy right there and being a very positive affirmation towards the community all the time with their words of power, their words of respect, and their words of upliftment. So we give thanks to that. We also got Brother Kamari with the CMOS, and his CMOS have been going off, and he's in more and more demand. So give him a little pressure, but give him a good dollar with it though. You're gonna appreciate love his good alchemy with his CMOS. He got some great flavors. He got some great work ethic, and he'll deliver to you. He goes between Savannah and Atlanta. So definitely check him out. He got a regular Wednesday event in Atlanta. So definitely check him out if you're in Atlanta anytime in the week. If you have anybody else, contact us, let us know. We also got another brethren over in Atlanta, Ross Isis with his donut shop. Definitely check him out. Great donuts, great vibes in there. Always a good place to strike a very conscious conversation. He also has a podcast, Too Raw for TV. So definitely check him out. Great person up in Atlanta to reason with and be around when it comes to the consciousness. And we also got our recording correspondent secretary, Sister Joy. She got some products as well when it comes to skincare with the CMOS, and then also products dealing with health with the supplements. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Um, and she will be traveling to join us for the event over at North Carolina. So she'll be there as well. I myself, I'll be having some fruit, a few products myself. We have a few shirts we're gonna be having at the event to sell, and then I'll be bringing in some of my Nigerian sorrel tea, or people know it as hibiscus flowers. So I'll be bringing those in as well. So um, looking forward to seeing everyone over at North Carolina. Looking forward to seeing everyone at different times. Thankful for everyone who's coming in this evening. Thankful for ones who have spread the word and brought other people in as well. We give thanks, and thanks for the wonderful minds that have been working towards putting our stories together in a unity with plurality. Because like as our constitution says, we the black peoples. So we move in solidarity and we move in recognition of respect to our different cultures and our different aspects, as we are different aspects of the Most High. And we have been studying the great works of honest hearts and what they've been doing. And what we have found and what we based upon is the order of Melchizedek, the kingly and the priestly pillar, and that fiery energy in the middle that deals with the energy of life, that life energy that gives and takes, and the responsibility of it, and the responsibility of making sure we understand everything about the nature that God has given us to reflect upon and see upon. And we have His Majesty as the exemplary of the millennium. Yes, indeed. The man himself, the Most High, Haile Selassie, Karamawi, Negus Negas, Zim Exhibir, Nadani Alam, Rastafari, Makonnen. Yes, we give thanks and praise for the good works that he's done, his humbleness, and his power that he displayed, that even ones who are able to see auras can say he is the biggest one they've ever seen. So many witnesses for his majesty, and we're grateful to be here. not to be fanatics, but to be good stewards and be good hunters. Hunters, hunting. Because this is the time of the hunter. And we give thanks because now the lion is hunting and the lion will tell its story. So right now we give a floor to Minister Ras Lazarus, our Foreign Affairs Minister, who has been a great elder to us, guiding us throughout the way and guiding us on his path and shining a light that the youths may follow. Give thanks. Bless the Lord.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks. His Majesty, recognized as the greatest statesman, honored for his diplomatic elegance and royalty. Everyone that met His Majesty had to speak in those terms. You know. So we move forward today. We're going to take a dive into the cosmic waters of life and look at our travels through these times. We are going to end with a meditation process and our brother Cypher giving us some star knowledge. But we're going to begin today on our topic. There's a history of this earth. There's a history of man that some on this planet chose to erase. The reasoning and the science behind it and what we are speaking requires a lot for us to kind of dig in. We're going to move fast. We're going to watch 2 videos real fast, get a little clips out of them. But we're going to talk about the earth having a Pangea stage. And we're going to talk about a natural occurrence caused by the very science that we're learning about ourselves. Every hair on your head will be counted. Every thought that you release is counted. Every thought becomes registered in the etheric registration of our dimension. Some call it ionosphere. So the circumference of our mental capacity is sometimes not truly overstood. So we always start with the 9, with the Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. Let us create man in our image and our likeness. This statement, us, has been a debate topic since, ancient days, because the pluralism that was placed in this positioning perplexed the Christian European mind in understanding a pluralism in the teaching of oneness of God. So the Elohim, see, you have Eloh, which is singular, and you have Elohim, which is plural. And the Elohims had stood for the 7 Elohims, the 7 archangels. But when we speak about the 7, we always deal with this house, the triune, the Trinity, the higher nature, the square, the matter, the lower nature. And we study the science in the highest aspects and in the lower aspect. In the higher aspects, we have language that we've been taught in our regular science, where we say neutron, proton, electron. So a spirit is neutral. So a spirit loses nothing. So some people will say, how could God let this baby die? How could God do this? But the spirit loses nothing. The human construct goes into where the human construct thinks about. The human construct thinks about a loss, but the spirit loses nothing. So spirit is neutral. Soul represents proton, which is your prototype of your being. Somebody please mute your phone. Your soul is the prototype of your being. Your mind is your ability to elect, which is called the electron. So when somebody please mute your phone because you're echoing.
Got it.
Spirit, neutron, soul, proton, mind, electron. Now, an electron, we talk about negative and positive charges. But when we talk about our body, they tell us that our body is an electrical being. And this electrical being produces electrical charges. They check you with EKGs and all type of things to check the electrical frequency in your body. But the mind is with the electron, and the movement of the electron is electricity. So the movement of your mind has an electrical factor. Now, emotions represents water, astral air, life force fire, physical body earth, the four elements. So your physical four element existence comes in through the higher, manifesting the lower. Now, does the higher get trapped into the lower? And if the higher gets trapped into the lower, then will the higher reverse and this become positive down here? And this then is a rejection of it being able to charge with its higher self. Now, I said that real quick because when I spoke to you last week, I dealt with the charge of positive and negative through the law of Ma'at, your heart being light as a feather. And when our heart is not light as a feather, see, then we're not giving the negative confession. That means at that point of time, we're weighed down and it's a positive. So we're releasing positive ions that will affect the earth, that will affect nature, because what we're doing is telling nature the next stage to create balance in. So we are projectors and creators of our reality. Let's go a little further with that. Let's go a little further with that. Just wanted to get us there and get us to think about this. And then let's go a little further. Thank you.
Ja, Rastafari, Aile Aiselassie. Gimawi, Yakmen Magana, Giz, and Negisti I. Ananias Black Messiah, Ras Lazarus, Azariah, Nazarai, Emoye. You change the letter, and I must overstand that as Rastafari, Ras meaning king, Tafari meaning head creator. It is not a regular European faith-based religion. Rastafari is bearing of the name. I and I is returning of the crown unto I and I as kings and queens, the crown of divine truth, the God within the God, the divine essence that is I and I being. So I and I is the bride, and the bride must make herself ready. And when the bride is ready, she is prepared for the marriage ceremony. So I and I is the two becoming as one, the higher reality of divine nature becoming that which is on earth as it is in heaven, the seventh heaven. So I and I here are I and I brethren and sisters that overstand these facts and overstand the history that has bewildered the world, and the world has been lost from it. So I and I will begin with overstanding the cosmic evolution of I and I as cosmic beings. For I and I DNA, when we look at our DNA is hydrogen. Hydrogen, the strands of our DNA is hydrogen. Hydrogen is the same as that which is in the sky, the sun. So I and I is sun beings, cosmic beings. So when I and I go through the lessons of the seven bodies of mind, spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, and physical body, we understand that the higher nature is symbolic of the physical higher embodiment, which is the lower or the smallest particles, which take us to the neutron, the proton, and the electron. For the mind is the electron, that which elects, the elect, the chooser. For the electron is the determiner of the charge, a determiner of the frequency. That's why when we deal with the science which our ancestors left us to understand this cosmic reality as cosmic beings, we will learn that the negative confessions is a symbolical meaning that guides us through life. Negative, if we are negative, without weight, light as a feather here on earth, not bound by material reality, then if we are light as a feather, then we attract positive energy. But if we are heavy, if we are heavy, if we are a positive weight here, bound by material, then we attract negative energy. This is the science of the cosmic being that must be returned. So as I and I go through it, I and I call unto I and I brethren and sisters to overstand that I and I began as out of the Abyssinian, the abyss, the primordial substance, the primordial flame, as cosmic beings, etheric bodies, manifesting through polarities of magnetical fields, creating a physical reality, becoming a genetical particle, which is the intelligence of the creator, manifesting into a six-sided being, a top, a bottom, a right side, a left side, a front, and a back, which is I equality, also the symbol of the cube, which is the box of Osiris. So the divine being manifested into the physical form symbolizing the feminine, the caduceus, the divine energy held within I and I, which is the feminine. That's why the goddess was always represented as the highest being. So as I and I entered into this plane as gods on earth, possessors of the caduceus energy, the serpentine energy, the kundalini energy, I and I were held as Asah and Aset, the gods on earth. Pyramids, Pyra meaning fire in the middle, the Shin, the Kundalini. We were holders of the cosmic force and balance. And at that point of time, the earth was one body, meaning this is when the land was called Pangaea, or the land of Atlantis and Lemuria. So we're talking about a time, ancient time, not discovered or not detailed in European history. So many people ask, what happened to Pangaea? Pangaea was destroyed by what? We were supposed to keep balance. As we entered into this physical body, the cosmic body, the physical body, the challenge of sensualism and keeping the balance challenged us. Some say, how is this for the God? But we must understand this science. So when I did not keep balance, it is the laws of nature, that which you create. See, you are a creator. So the universe must reflect. It must give you the reality of which you have chose. So it had to create a reality so that you would have balance. It has to create balance. So when I became sensual, the universe had to create this reality. How did the universe create this reality? Let I give you one lesson first before I say this. The reality of creating this universe is the same as understanding the seven bodies of man. The seven bodies of man. Genesis chapter 1 verse 26. 1 plus 2 plus 6 is 9. The born process, the birthing process. There is an eternal process. 360 degrees is born. 720 degrees is born. There is an eternal birthing process. Life is eternally birthing itself over and over and over. This is the infinite, the cosmic reality. So when we speak of Genesis chapter 1 verse 26, it says, let us being plural. Many have dealt with this as the Elohims, or the seven angelical spirits, which is the seven spirits sent forth into the earth, which is the seven bodies of man: spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, and physical body. When we understand these seven bodies, then we can understand the reality in which we have created. For failure to not understand from whence you came will deny you the ability to move on. So you will live in a repetitious, over and over destructive reality. So this is past the reality of race. Yes, I said it. So you must understand the fullness of the science. Then you are not blind by that which you have created.
That which you have
So when we
created.
deal with the seven bodies, we understand that man has four lower bodies: an emotional body, an astral body, a life force, and a physical body. The physical body is structure, the life force, the breath, the blood. The astral body, your dream body. The emotional body. When you enter into a room and people don't like you, you feel their emotional body touch your emotional or your physical body. So you know there is an emotional body. But just as you feel it, because there is disbalance in the room, the universe feels this disbalance when mind is not in harmony with the creative balance of nature. When we get out of harmony, the universe senses the energy that is being manifested, and it must create this reality or find a way to create balance. So this means this creates paradigms. So for us to understand paradigms and the lasting of paradigms and the birthing of new paradigms, we must understand our own cosmic reality. So as we created this balance, as we entered into sensualism, leaving our etheric body, see, you have to understand the first elements. Man entered this plane as androgynous, first as an etheric being with neither gender. Then man became androgynous. Then there came gender. So this is a science that we must understand. Now, as I entered into this physical flesh more and more, and essentialism caused a disbalance in us, the universe reflected this. And in the end, because we would not keep balance as the first beings. Now you have to understand, even in the book by Helen Blavatsky, Secret Teachings of All Ages, Isis paid, Isis unveiled, and in many of the lessons you will learn that many people say there's the first race, second race, or the Kali Yugas, and dealing with the golden ages and the ages of the gods coming down into iron ages and stages of this reality. Then you will understand that at one point of time the cosmic being, light body beings, gave birth through cosmic thought. And then the next stage was birth through physical. See? So you have two different or several different types of race of mind. Not race as in skin color, but race as in the operation of the spiritual being on this plane. So when we come to what we would say would be the fourth race, entering into a stage of physical disbalance and learning to deal with the sensualism, we entered into what was called the universe response with a meteorite shower. Now, many scientists are now coming out to deal with this reality that there is an age that is pre-dynastic, antediluvian, before the great floods, that must be overstood. That there was a time when I, the indigenous, the indigene, the black gene, the original gene, the 144, the measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel. So the original beings were angelical God beings on this planet. When I say 144, that is the measurements. For we must understand that I as the temple, that there are measurements to this temple.
We lost sound. Chair, we lost sound.
Yes, Minister Laz, are you still with us? No sound. If you can hear us, we don't have any sound at the moment, Minister. All right. So while the minister gets back up, I'd like to take this moment to have a little segment. Sergeant of Arms, are you available right now? Let me know yeah or nay. You could come on in while the minister is revamping up his technology.
Yes, what you want me to do? You want me to do just a normal segment?
Yeah, that's a little segment. Yes, indeed.
Yes, sir. Give thanks. Give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks.
Yeah. Give thanks, everyone here. Grateful for everyone here. We want to make sure we remember. I'm gonna start real quick. I'm gonna be quick so we can let the minister take back over. I want to remind you, this is the Ethiopian World Federation. We're here together. We standing in solidarity. We on duty today. So everyone who's a member, you're on duty. That's your active duty. So we know we ask for bare minimum in an essence on these calls. Let's make sure our local name is in our names. Let's make sure we hear when we call, we participate in, and we're being engaged with the information so ones and ones could join and they could have a place to feel like we have a force against the forces against us. A group of states with a central government, but independence in internal affairs. We the Ethiopian World Federation. Okay, so we want to move ourselves accordingly and we want to handle ourselves. So if the ones and ones that are on the call tonight, if you are a member of a local, can you please make sure you have your local name and your name? Let's be on duty. Let's do the things that we have to make sure we take every advantage of the opportunities to be the best we can be and to be good stewards of His Majesty leaving us this great inheritance. Okay, so for real quick, just for to talk about what we say Ethiopia, and a lot of folks they got a lot of misconceptions, and we got Battle of Ottawa coming up this weekend. This little note here is from Menelik's historian, and this is a book that he wrote about history, and this right here is from the battle of right after the Battle of Ottawa. It says they signed an agreement that did far more. This is 1896. Okay, so this is the new world is being shaped. We know the Berlin Conference is 1884. New world is being shaped. This agreement did far more than guarantee Ethiopia another generation and a half virtually unchallenged independence. says it gave the country a status similar to that of Afghanistan, Persia, Japan, and Thailand as accepted anomalies in the imperialistic world order. The West explained Ethiopia's victory through sophistry. Since racism did not permit Westerners to acknowledge that black men could vanquish whites, Europeans suddenly discovered that Ethiopians were Caucasians. Now, you know there needs to be quotations right here. This where the propaganda comes in. A lot of folks get confused and then they start hearing things and then they start making claimage. Europeans suddenly discovered that Ethiopians were Caucasians darkened by the exposure to the equator sun, whereas previously Ethiopians shared laziness, ignorance, and degradation with their African brothers. So let's not be mistaken who we are and what we are. They suddenly became energetic, enlightened, and progressive. And here we go, because a lot of people got a lot of things to say about the church. The church, the Orthodox Church, often reviled by visiting white clerics as debased and corrupt, was now seen as a proper vehicle of the Holy Spirit and the true keeper of Ethiopia's national spirit. So sometimes you gotta whoop a little behind to get your little respect. His Majesty is you know, he was 1896. His father was fighting that war, but born on the star in 1892, and this proclamation is made. Okay, Ethiopian World Federation. We, the Black people of the world, in order to effect unity, solidarity, liberty, freedom, and self-determination to secure justice and maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, which is our divine heritage, do hereby establish and ordain this Constitution for the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. Just to read a couple, our aims and objects. For the ones and ones who are not members, here's what we aim to do, and here's just know when we see this word, we see all of us. We, the Black people of the world. We, the Black people of the world. To promote love and goodwill amongst Ethiopians at home and abroad, and thereby maintain integrity and sovereignty of Ethiopia. To disseminate the ancient Ethiopian culture amongst its members. To correct abuses, relieve oppression, and carve for ourselves our posterity, a destiny comparable with our idea of perfect manhood and God's purpose in creating us. That we may not only save ourselves from annihilation, but carve for ourselves a place in the sun. In this endeavor, we determine to seek peace and pursue it, for it is the will of God for man. We'll two or three more, and I'm going to give it back to the chair. To promote and pursue happiness for its goal of human life and endeavor, to usher in the teachings and practice of the fatherhood of God and the brotherhood of man, to promote and stimulate interest amongst members in world affairs, and to cultivate a spirit of international goodwill and comedy, to promote friendly interest amongst its members, develop a fraternal spirit among them, and to inculcate in its members the desire to render voluntary aid and assistance to one another at all times. Some of the aims and objects of the Constitution given to us by His Majesty, Abacadus, Gedmari, Katamari, Haile Selassie, Sim Exipir. To the chair, give thanks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks for that, Sergeant of Arms. That was quick and to the point and very much needed food for thought. Minister Lazarus, is I ready to come back on in?
Yes, yes. What point did you couldn't hear the video? You didn't hear none of that video?
It was the picture when they had the young man that was he was foaming out the mouth.
Okay, so you got pretty much the good essence of it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
This is that there's a time in our history our ancestors recorded, and it goes in everything to the Sanscripts and all of the ancient writings. See, we're a unique being. And as we go further in this, we're going to come to the question of, we dealt with the construct of the Pope and them coming through the Basilius and the Archons. Then we hit the construct that after His Majesty took his position of the coronation, the positioning of the Pope as the European throne of authority was done with. The papal bull had no more standing since His Majesty. But the next stage was they then constricted the position of them being the Jews, the chosen ones of the book. And so the re-implementation of the colonial aspect was still being implemented under that construct. When we speak as the vanguards of the works of His Majesty, we are the undoers of this false claimage of power that they have yielded on humanity. We are the restorers of the ancient story, and we are the restorers of the oneness, and we are the restorers of understanding of life. This is which those who we are dealing with, they are young beings to this planet. They are old beings, but yet they are young beings based on when we talk about the different stages of man or race of man. So in the video, you may have seen that it was speaking about the meteorite shower and our disbalance that caused the meteorite shower. Our disbalance is key here because that is the ma'at, that is the harmony, that is our natural state that our people, um, who we call Europeans, are desperately seeking to make sure they keep us out of our natural balance. So in that, I'll do this last little bit and then I'm going to go to the second video.
But still trying to hold to certain biblical things. So now you have to understand, before this meteorite shower, if you go back to the Sanskrits and you deal with the ancient texts of the gods on earth, and you have to deal with the cyclics of the universe. So each one of these beings represented certain galactical forces at those point of times and dimensional times. So they would be given names that would perceive them to be beings from Pleiades and beings from this time and that time. But yet these so-called aliens are you, the indigene. So the ones that went into the underground earth with high divine intelligence and still operating pineal and pituitary as a third eye, operating in the highest consciousness, were educated and taught to maintain the measurements through things like aloe, chlorophyllic food. They were able to maintain dietary substance. Hydroponics is nothing new. Lights, acidic growth, melanated batteries to grow food and harvest food in the inner cities, solar bodies from the cores of the earth. But those that maintained on top of the earth when the meteorite showers hit, many of them were destroyed. But because of their divine nature, they became lost beings on the astral plane, fiend spirits that needed a lower body to attach to, trapped in their own darkness until a certain time. Now the ones that were not destroyed by the meteorite showers or when the dust cloud blocked out the sun causing an ice age, they were hiding in caves within the earth. And they were living like animals, mutating and eating flesh. The lack of vegetation due to the sun being blocked out and the ice age coming in caused them to mutate genetically. So the measurements, the 144, was broken. The measurements of a man is the measurements of an angel, 144 cubics, which is the measurements of the wall. A stone was removed from the wall. And I saw an angel fall to earth. Remember, man has 7 bodies: spirit, soul, mind, emotional body, astral body, life force, and physical body. But man The original operation is in his spiritual body, his higher body, the mind, the soul, and the spirit. But he fell from the higher nature to just a earthly being, the light body being, fell to earth, deceived by his own physical nature. The physical nature is the feminine. The Kundalini force, the sensualism force, is the serpent. So the serpent deceived the physical body, causing disbalance that caused a meteorite shower that then caused an ice age, and then caused a group of the indigenes to mutate by living like savages on all fours and animals, bloodsuckers, becoming like werewolves and vampires, amalgamating with animals and dogs, becoming a lower gene. So I had created a lower gene on earth. Our lower gene had been created. This is the Yaqub story. For Jacob came face to face with God in the valley of Peniel. So the pineal gland is the operation of the higher being. But if the higher being falls to the physical, then he creates a lower being, which then this lower being, originally being a black seed or an indigenous Abyssinian, a person of the abyss of the cosmic waters, then falls to being that which was birthed out of the illusion of self. So it is a non-existent being, because this is not the reality of this being. They were birthed out of the illusion of sensualism. So this is your whole story of how we go from one race of people to another race. For the
Now, if it's us in the beginning and it's us that fall, not the European. See, the European is the second nature that comes, but it's us that fall. So the European comes after us, correct? Let's go a little further.
Prehistory to contemporary times. You know, these books will help you to get a further understanding of, you know, whether we're Caucasian or the white man.
I want to first introduce y'all to our wonderful elder, educator, teacher, researcher, warrior, Baba Clyde Winter. If you do not know Baba Clyde Winter, get to know him. He is one of the last of our real scholars. When people speak about Dr. Ben, Chancellor Williams, and so forth, you know, this is someone that you will find is on that same status in our time. So please get to know. He's been invited to this meeting. So hopefully in the next two Thursdays or so, we'll get him on one of these calls. But Baba Clyde Winters is a real researcher. So give thanks. I hope you enjoy. He's about to give you some insight on some of the dimensions of our thought process, how we see things, how we feel about things, how we're being boxed into false narratives. So as we look at the construct that, you know, when the Europeans pulled it was 10 years ago, they did a special study on Africans and the Neanderthal. And, you know, they already say the Africans have the oldest DNA. So if the Africans are the beginning of mankind, they have the oldest DNA. But then when they went to researching the genetics in Africans Africans. They started saying, well, the Africans are not really coming, some of the Africans are not coming up really as Neanderthal. So Neanderthal is an offshoot. So they were trying to, figure it out. So you would have to say, how does the caveman come as a younger position and the African as an older genetical position? But then when they studied the Africans are not Neanderthal. But Neanderthals, people who carry Neanderthal genetics, most of the Europe and all, they also have some traits of the African genetics. But the Africans some are perceived to be before them. Oh, you know what? So before I play this, I gotta play the other one just to give you a view of this. I just thought about it. I'm going in the wrong order, the videos. Oh, yeah. All right.
This is our world. We have shaped it in our image, made it our own. We are now the only humans in existence, absolute rulers of the earth. But there was a time when we shared this planet with other, very different types of human. By the time our ancestors left Africa around 100,000 years ago, most of these others had gone extinct. But not all. Other species had made the journey out of Africa before us. Smart, strong, and well adapted to their environment, they were the dominant species on the planet. So what happened when our worlds collided? Why, despite all their advantages, were those others driven to extinction? Why, against the odds, did we win the battle for planet Earth? Around 100,000 years ago, a new species of human arrived in what is now India. The color of their skin betrayed their African origins. They had language. They lived in small, tightly bonded family groups. These were Homo sapiens, modern people. They were us. Their numbers were few, and from Africa they had begun to spread slowly across the world. But Asia was already occupied, home to a different human species, Homo erectus.
Erectus was a fascinating species. It lasted for a very long time. It's really the longest lived human species we know about. These are people that are being very mobile in open country to get to their food, and often to get to their food ahead of the competition. So in that sense, they're very like us in terms of their overall body shape and body build.
No water. Come.
Although physically similar, any chance of a peaceful coexistence between Homo sapiens and Homo erectus was shattered by a cataclysmic event that took place over 2,000 miles away. The eruption of Mount Toba in Southeast Asia. 74,000 years ago, it erupted on a scale that no human had experienced before or since.
It's certainly the largest volcanic eruption of the last 2 million years and erupted a huge amount of material. And because of its magnitude, it's being classed as a supervolcanic eruption.
The fallout from the eruption extended as far as the Indian subcontinent.
We've got areas, particularly in East India, where the ash reaches 6 meters in thickness.
Ash fall from the eruption filled the atmosphere with toxic chemicals, turning rain to acid that poisoned lakes and rivers, intensifying the struggle for survival.
In the aftermath of the Toba eruption, you might have increased competition because, remember, plants and animals are suffering, and these small groups of hunter-gatherers are competing for diminished resources. And so that may have caused some situations where there was conflict between groups.
Based on the latest archaeological and scientific evidence, this is a dramatization of a world forged by the Toba eruption. A time which shaped the fates of two different but closely related species. Us and them.
Leave it.
Water!
Wait! Buckle, wait!
Drink!
Don't drink it! What are you doing? How do you know the water is good?
People were here. They lived here.
Why do you think they left? The people. Did they go to the mountain for clean water? These are not people.
As the once lush Indian landscape turned to desert, clean water became scarce and increasingly hard to find.
We will find somewhere for you to rest. Up there.
The Toba eruption was so vast, it would have affected the whole planet. In the aftermath, human numbers fell dramatically. we were threatened with extinction. In India, the struggle to survive would have been particularly harsh. This was Erectus territory. For thousands of years, Erectus had been one of Asia's most successful predators.
Predators.
The arrival of modern humans would have threatened their world.
We're talking a different species of human. Erectus was a much more ancient species of human, so we've got this very strong brow ridge at the front, a long and low skull, a big face, overall bigger teeth than us. If we had the lower jaw, there wouldn't be a chin on the lower jaw. So overall, much more robust. The skull is thicker, muscle markings are very strong.
She's sleeping. It needs water. What are they, if they're not people? All I know from stories. And from my father. They move fast, like us. They hunt. They kill. If someone comes near, they will snap a twig. Your mother will hear. You will hear them. I will come with you. Stay with your mother. She needs you. If I do not return, keep our family alive.
The first human species to walk fully upright, Erectus would have made formidable opponents.
This is a cast of a thigh bone or femur of Homo erectus from Africa. It tells us Homo erectus was similar to us below the neck. More particularly, this ridge on the back of their thigh bone, this is the pilaster, and it grows in response to running. People today who have similar kinds of ridges on their femurs and have femurs of similar sorts of shape like this tend to be very good runners. I mean, we're talking about people who are Olympic athletes. If they were around today, chasing people around, we'd be in trouble. These guys were like wolves with knives.
With bodies beautifully evolved for running, Erectus were the first human species to hunt big game.
To begin with, Erectus was scavenging, so picking up the meat from other animals that had done the killing. But by the end of their time, they were certainly big game hunters and were capable big game hunters.
Hunting big prey would have required Erectus to work cooperatively, in packs.
Mother.
Cunning carnivores at the very top of the food chain, Erectus were armed with a lethal stone weapon.
It looks just like a rock. But if you look more carefully, you can see it has a very sharp cutting edge that goes around its circumference. It's also thin in cross-section, so you have a very sharp edge. And from what we can reconstruct of its use, it was used mainly as cutting the limbs off of an animal. It's the Stone Age equivalent of a chainsaw. It's cutting through skin, it's cutting through muscle, cutting through tendons. If you're using this as a weapon, it will create a pretty nasty slashing wound. Like that. Yeah, it's an all-purpose knife.
Although we think of necklaces as a way of dressing up, for our ancestors, they had a much more important role.
Recent human cultures used beads and other personal adornments to transmit information in a way when certain combinations of shells can symbolically convey information about the person wearing them. Personal adornments, symbols like this, can be ways that people can establish communications and relationships across great distances. So it's kind of like a passport, if you think about it.
Beads like these helped us to identify friend from foe, allowing us to form alliances with others.
Where's your father?
He went to find water. They took him.
Who took him?
Did they see you? Did they see you? Did they see you? To the rock! Quick!
The ability to track evolved with the ability to hunt. Homo erectus were the first humans to systematically track their prey using scent, sight, and sound. Their large brains could interpret signs, work out the movements of their prey, making them deadly hunters. Our ancestors, however, had a significant advantage. We had learned to anticipate the thoughts and behaviors of others and use that knowledge to outsmart them.
Find your footprints where you came down. Step in them backwards. Backwards! Keep going. Stop! What are you staring at? Go! Stay on the rock!
So I wanted to use that to give you a sense of a time period, but we want to go a little deeper than that. So we're gonna go back to our brother Barbara Clyde and get a little deeper than that.
And when they say that they're Aboriginal, they're just fooling themselves. Aboriginals were black. The only way I could tell our Aboriginal heritage was I had to understand is that we do need to know this. You know, we do need to know this stuff. And in fact, we also need to understand that by looking at these materials, we can find out more, you know, we can find out more information, you know, and this is the thing that hurts a lot of us. What hurts a lot of us is that we don't really get a chance to understand that you have to be B1. A lot of my Aboriginal brothers, they're always saying, I'm not black. You know, I'm Aboriginal. And sure, you are Aboriginal. But the point is this, is that how do you think I was able to find out that your ancestors were black? The only way that I could find out that your ancestors were black was based upon the fact that when the Europeans saw these Aboriginals, they said they're black. They have thick noses, thick lips. They're black in complexion. This is how I can know. So when my Aboriginal brothers say that they're not black, and when they say that they're Aboriginal, they're just fooling themselves. Aboriginals were black. The only way I could tell our Aboriginal heritage was I had to, in a sense, find in these books where they describe the people as being black. That's why you are black. Stop it. Stop lying to yourself, you see? Our group self-interest is B1. Yes, being black first. We had to be black first. The white man came from where, again, as I said, here you can see some of the caves from which the white people exited the caves. And you can see some of the images of the whites who lived in the caves for over 10,000 years. Yes, these whites lived in the caves for 10,000 years. One thing that people have a mistaken idea about is they wonder about this whole idea about mankind and pigmentation, you see. Many people don't understand that black people, they carry the genes that produce pale skin, you see. Yes, they produce the genes that can produce pale skin. And that results from the fact that pale skin is nothing more in a sense than another aspect of being black. We have been taught a lie. We have been taught a lie that Neanderthals look like whites. You see that picture on the left-hand side? I put an X across it. I put X across because that's not how Neanderthal really looked. That's not how Neanderthal really looked. But see, when Europeans discovered the Neanderthal skeletons, because of the broad Negro features, they declared they were a primitive, ugly people. Over time, they began to depict Neanderthals as pale-skinned European looking to try and make it appear that contemporary Europeans are native to Europe. This is a lie. Until after 1700 BC, the only Europeans were Negroes. Whites came from Central Asia. Look at that picture on the below, and you can see how a depiction of a reconstruction of an authentic Neanderthal. When you look at this Neanderthal, the only difference between this Neanderthal and other blacks, West Australoid black, Tasmanoid or Tasmanian black, the first British black and the Romanian black, the only difference is that Neanderthal had a broad bridge across his forehead. You see that bridge over his eyes, where the bridge came a little forward and it overlapped his eyes? That's the only difference between a Neanderthal and the rest of us as black people. That was the difference. But the European wanted to sell you a bill of goods. They wanted to make you feel that picture up at the top on the left-hand side, that's how Neanderthal man looked. He didn't look like that. No, he didn't look like that. We carry the genes, in a sense, that produce the various color and eye color, skin color. They include HERC2 and OCA2. You know, these genes are associated with light skin, eyes, and hair in Europeans. But see, they arose in Africa, and it's found among San people. Yes. The Khoi San people, they carry all of these traits. All of us carry these traits in reality. But when the Khoi San, when they migrated into Europe, they took these genes with them. And that's how Europeans, in a sense, were able to get this the light skin. But see, light skin, that's one of the reasons why we have light-skinned children, dark-skinned children, is because of the fact that we carry all the genes to predict the various skin color and eye color. Blue eyes, dark skin. They always talk about one of the earliest Europeans is Lebrun man. And when they talk about Lebrun man, they bring up the fact that that they have blue eyes, but look, we have some of us have blue eyes too. That's because of the fact in the sense is that we carry those genes, see? But they want you to believe that if you have light skin, if you have gray eyes, blue eyes, green eyes, they want you to believe that you got these eyes not from a natural existence as a Black person. They want you to believe that somewhere along the line, some white person, some Caucasian, raped your mama, your grandmama, somebody, and because they raped your grandmama, then that's how you had the blue eyes, the gray eyes. No. We already carry the genes for that. There's already Black people with blue eyes. Black people carry the genes to make pale skin. Yes, the two genes to make pale skin is SLC24A5 and SLC45A2, you see? And that these genes lead to pigmentation. And it also explains how when Black people went into the caves, we became depigmented, you see. And that's how, in a sense, we see pale skin among Europeans, you see. But as you can see, you can see some brothers with blonde hair, another brother with straight hair, kinky hair. These are all genes that we already carry. And then you see at the bottom of the slide, a sister with her albino baby. We carry all these genes, you see. So it's very important to understand that just because somebody has straight hair, curly hair, so-called European features, those aren't European features. They got them from us. See, because we were the first man, we were the first woman. Therefore, any way that Europeans look has to come from you. But I wanted to tell you where these genes came from that gave us the ability to produce pale skin. This is very important. Let's continue. You see, Neanderthals, they spread with Homo sapiens. You never see them on that Mr. chart because there was no difference. Yes. They always go through this process of saying, where's the Neanderthal? Oh, only Europeans got Neanderthal genes. That's a lie. That's a lie. They just made this issue up to make you think that Neanderthal man is different from anybody else. But Neanderthal man were Negroes just like Cro-Magnon man. Look at those pictures. We see Neanderthal man, and then when you go across, you see the Cro-Magnon. Yes, this is Cro-Magnon. I know when you read a lot of archaeological books, they show you a picture of some white person with blonde hair and say, oh, these are the Cro-Magnon. No. The Cro-Magnons were those people in that picture that are on the right side. As a result, when they discovered Neanderthal remains in 1829, they were shocked to discover that these people were Negroes, just like the Africans. They were enslaved in the Americas. You had to understand, this scared the hell out of them. Because, see, in their mind, they wanted to always believe, in a sense, that Caucasians had always ruled Europe. They didn't want, in a sense, believe that any other people had been the superior race of Europe. But when they found those skeletons of Neanderthals and skeletons of the Picts, and then skeletons of the early Irish, they started saying, damn, all these people were Black. What the hell is this? But they thought they were safe. Although they kept finding all these skeletons of Black people, because of the fact that it was against the law for us to be able to read back in the 19th century because we were slaves, they felt they could hide this information from us. But today we can go back and look at those books and we can recover that part of our history. Neanderthals were not white. Caucasians had to change the image of the caveman Neanderthal because of the Black Power history teacher and Afrocentrism. Let me explain to you. As researchers began to do excavations in Europe, in the Middle East, they began, every time they would dig deep and they would find a group of people in Samaria, ancient Egypt, the skeletal remains would always show Negroes, always show Black people, just like you, just like me, just like us. So then they had to change the image of the of how Neanderthal man looked. Although Neanderthal man looked like the picture on the right hand side, they started trying to give them pale skin. They started trying to give them long hair, because they wanted to try to invent a history. See, the Caucasian, he doesn't have a history. He doesn't have an ancient history, and you're going to understand why he doesn't have an ancient history as I discuss the origin of Caucasian people. There's a wonderful book called The Iceman's Inheritance. This book is by Michael Bradley. Let's look at the full title of his book is The Iceman's Inheritance, Prehistoric Sources of Western Man's Racism, Sexism, and Aggression. Very important book. This wonderful book by Michael Bradley delves into the anthropological reasons why white European people have perpetuated violence, pollution, destruction, and genocide wherever they have historically traveled around the world. Isn't that what we're seeing over there in the Middle East? Right now, we see these people from Europe, they moved in Israel, and they're trying to destroy those people, those Palestinians. Michael Bradley dwells into the Neanderthal genes present in the modern white European populace as a source for their psychosexual insanity, an aversion to societies based in peace and justice. If you want to read more about his interpretation of why Europeans do the things they do, get Michael Bradley's book, The Iceman's Inheritance. Bradley argues that racism, sexism, religion, patriarchy, colorism, colonization, history, all that, and other social problems are the result of the behavior, values, and psychology of the white race, or Caucasians. According to Bradley, this results from the fact that they have an inferiority complex, which makes them feel they have to dominate other races to feel secure. This inferiority complex comes from the fact that they know they are a minority race in comparison to other races in the world, and they lack a true ancient history. Yes, this is what Michael Bradley recognized, but I'm the one talking about the fact that they lack a true ancient history. Michael Bradley in 1979 published The Iceman's Inheritance. Bradley, a native of Canada, shocked the world when he wrote this book. In The Iceman's Inheritance, Bradley argues how these things occurred. Right now, you can get a free copy of The Iceman's Inheritance. It's on the web. If you want to get this free copy, on the web, just put in there Iceman's Inheritance PDF. You can find this free copy of Iceman's Inheritance at https://archive, archive.org/details, DETAILS/the Iceman's Inheritance. Check that out. I'll let this remain a little while so you can copy it down. So you can go and read this valuable book and see Michael Bradley's argument on why Caucasians do the devilish and evil things they do. Okay. Bradley claims that these maladaptive behaviors of Caucasians came from the former existence of Neanderthals in Ice Age Europe. Bradley argues that Caucasoid aggression is the result of evolutionary and cultural experiences. It is therefore a product of social epigenetics, which allowed Caucasians to use their environment and cultural experience to select aggression to preserve their existence through white supremacy. Yes, white supremacy is based upon this whole idea that for Caucasians to survive, they had to keep every race down because they are a minority. They're a minority. And we know many studies show today that many Caucasians are dying out. Bradley believes that the Neanderthals were Caucasians, but the Neanderthal people were Black, as I already showed you, and had a peaceful hunter-gatherer society where they had access to abundant resources from the local flora and fauna to accommodate their dietary needs. The art of Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon man makes it clear that this culture was a matriarchal society, as evident in the abundance of female figurines denoting their emphasis on fertility and reproduction. Yes. So why would these people, if they were so mean and evil as this Neanderthal Why would they make such beautiful art? See, why would they see the women? Why would they see the woman as such a superior? As I tell you guys just about every week, the European Caucasians know that our true pathway to really being, in a sense, close to God, Amma, our pathway to being close to God comes from our association with our women, because it's our women who have that intimate relationship with Amma that allows us, in a sense, to be able to be all that we can be. And that's why the European spends all his time trying to separate the black man from the black woman, because by separating the black man from the black woman, they're trying to break that connection between us and God, because it's that black woman who gives us that love, who gives us that support, who gives us, in a sense, that knowledge and wisdom. Yes, knowledge and wisdom. See, I can't tell you how many times I fucked up when I didn't want to listen to my wife. Whoa. My baby dog tried to tell me intelligent things to do, but I wanted to have it my way because my father said, the man run everything. And we do. But we run everything because our women allow us to think we're running everything. See? And the Caucasian wants to break that connection. He doesn't want you to be close to your woman. He doesn't want you to be able to have that power. If the Neanderthal and the Cro-Magnon people belong to a matriarchal society, we have to ask the question, where did the Caucasians acquire their aggressive, predatory, and xenophobic character? The answer is that the Caucasians learned these behaviors when they were locked in the caves for thousands of years.
Now, I want you to think about this here. You've got these black Cro-Magnon Neanderthals all over the world now because of the great meteorite shower and the ice age passing and so forth. And you have the ones who were able to maintain the measurements. That's why the BBC shows you that this African group, they had family, they had laws, they have ways. And when they were running into the Neanderthal, the Cro-Magnon, there was a time where they probably could have had a peaceful existence. So let's say in America, those who were coming out of the Naga tunnels, and then the great priests, what they call the astronomic or the great king priest, traveling in the boats and the ships, comes to Americas and starts to educate the black Neanderthal. So the indigenous peoples in the Americas are black, and they have a history of an ancient star king priest order coming on a boat to them. You know, a lot of brothers say, I'm Almac, I'm an indigenous. But the Almacs did not say they were indigenous to America. They show you that they come to America on a boat. So now we have to start looking at this heritage being spread back about. So think, a group of the people go into the underground city. The other ones get caught and have to run into the ancient cave areas, but they still end up suffering. They didn't get into the ancient underground cities. So there's a group of them who come out. They have survived the great catastrophe, and they've been able to maintain the ways in a certain balance in their consciousness. The other ones have gone through this great mutation. You know, now there are different groups around the planet that have gone through the great mutation. Okay. Now there's a certain group that ends up being different. So you've got some Neanderthals that are being found, and they have ways. They kept some of the ways, and they honored the Queen Mother and so forth. But the other ones that are coming out of the cave, what's different? What happens? You know, because we are learning an ancient story now, and that it help us be able to make sense of his story and understanding our story. So let's listen to this next stage. I wanted you to have that in your thoughts as he goes into this next stage, because we want to know what brought this aggression on. If there's a history of a certain still article ways that some of the Neanderthals had. What brought this aggressive Neanderthal onto us? Give thanks.
After the onset of the Younger Dryas, down to the Santorino volcano eruption. The Younger Dryas began around 12,000 years ago. Back in those days, in a sense, people in a sense lived in the, had many caves. Sometimes they used the caves as houses, and they found that the caves, in a sense, was a good place to live, because of the fact that it was easy and accessible. And they would in a sense go in there, have fires, build compartments, and things like that. The caves of Europe were seen as temples by the ancient blacks of Europe. Here they congregated and used them like temples. In the caves, these blacks record their history and worship their gods. Yes. These were basically the Anu people and, in Khoisan. But these people, in a sense, they used to use the caves as religious places. They used to use these caves as temples. But see, what happened is that suddenly began the last ice age. The black man evolved into whites during the last ice age. I explained in Blacks in Europe, modern Europeans originated in Central Asia. Yes, they originated in Central Asia. They de-evolved from Cro-Magnon blacks into Caucasians after being trapped in the caves of Europe from the Younger Dryas, 12,900 to 11,700 years before the present, down to the Santorini volcanoes, you see. And so then what happened is that, that last ice age came suddenly during the Younger Dryas. It came so suddenly that they found mastodons. Yes, mastodons. They found these mastodons with curd inside of their mouth. They found these mastodons, and it shows that they were chewing, vegetable matter like grass and all that stuff at the moment that they were frozen. So that shows, in a sense, that last ice age became so, in a sense, quickly that people tried to run into the caves, and they ran into the caves because they felt that the caves would be sanctuary. They felt that if they ran into the caves, they would be protected from this terrible cold and snow that was beginning, in a sense, to envelop them during the onset of the last ice age. During the Younger Dryas, there was a sudden drop in temperature. Archaeologists have found frozen carcasses of mammoths with preserved stomach contents. These stomach contents led some archaeologists to assume that this ice age appeared suddenly because they found some of the animals in a standing position, a position that suggested a sudden extinction of the mammoths. Yes. They found them standing. Can you imagine? You see, that the reason that these mammoths were in a standing position was because of the fact that cold came so quick. Brothers and sisters, they said, damn, we got to find some shelter. So they ran into the caves. The first Europeans were definitely black when they entered the Caucasians. Here's a reconstruction of how they said Cro-Magnon man looked. And Cro-Magnon man, based upon the Khoisan and later the Anu, that these were the first people who settled Europe around 44,000 BC. So we know that those people who ran into the caves during the Younger Dryas period, they were black. The black Europeans evolved into Caucasians during the Ice Age. You see, I explained this in Blacks in Europe, so check it out. The caves of Europe were seen as temples by the ancient blacks of Europe. Here they congregated and used them like temples. In the caves, these blacks recorded their history and worshiped their gods. Since the last ice age in Europe came suddenly, the blacks probably saw a sanctuary from the cold in their cave temples. Since the last ice age came suddenly, the blacks were trapped in the caves. The first Europeans were definitely black when they entered the caves. These are some reconstructions. On the right-hand side, we see reconstructions of the various ancient Europeans, and as you can see, they were a Negroid. In the caves, due to the absence of sunlight, the Cro-Magnon man, yes, these people, because they were in the caves and there was no sunlight, the melanin left the skin. And instead of, in a sense, giving them a skin pigmentation, the melanin congregated in their hair, and they gave them different hair. If you notice in many Caucasian families, you'll find that many of the children can have different colored hair, some blonde, some brunette, some black. But again, we see this variety of colors, in terms of hair, whereas among Black people, we see a variety of colors among the various children. You can have light children, dark children, in between children, But see, in relation to those Blacks who ran into the caves, they became depigmented, and their melanin stopped going into the skin because there was no sunlight, and instead it went into the hair. In the caves, due to the absence of sunlight, the Argonausians lost the melanin in their skin. The melanin left the skin and congregated in the hair. This is evident when we look at depigmented creatures who live in caves. This is a cave dwelling animal, and as you can see, they're very pale. They're very pale, and so we know in a sense that as these Black people stayed in the caves for thousands of years, they also became pale. There's the evidence, the best evidence for the Black people who turned into Caucasians comes from the La Marche cave. The cave at La Marche, France, was discovered by Léon Péricard and Stan Le Wolf in 1937. These researchers found 1,500 slate pieces with paintings carved upon them. These paintings or engravings in La Marche include figurines of animals and humans. The most significant carvings of humans, researchers have found over 155 human portraits that are over 10,000 years old. Did you hear that? 10,000 years old. These human portraits were made during the last ice age. If you look on the left, you can see one of these portraits of one of the inhabitants of the caves. This is evident when we look at the depigmented creatures who lived in the caves. As I said, they found over 155 different representations of the people who lived in the caves. These drawings from the Grotte de Marche shows that various facial changes took place among the Proto-Caucasians who remained trapped in the caves until around 1400 to 1200 BC. So you can look over there on the right-hand side, and you can see these are all engravings from the caves. This is showing you some of the people who lived in these caves, you see. Whereas the Black Muslims, they talk about the fact that the white man was invented, in a test tube. They also talk about the fact, in a sense, other people talk about the fact that the white man, in a sense, are Caucasians. They came from being turned into albinos. But we can see in a sense that the Caucasian people, we can see this transformation of Cro-Magnon man, the transformation of Cro-Magnon man who was Black into these various European type creatures. Look at these. This is a picture. See, I'm bringing receipts. This is found at the Grotte de Marche. See, as you can see in the caves, the people lost their negroid features and became more serpent-like. Okay, if you can look at the picture before this comment, as you can see, we have a picture of a serpent, and then as you can see, we see the features of Cro-Magnon man began to become more serpentine, more serpent-like. You see, on the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, I show you some of the pictures of the people who lived in the caves 26, 35, 34,000 years ago. And you can see how these Europeans look totally different from those Europeans after they stayed in the caves for 10,000 years. You can compare the pictures. The pictures on the top are reconstructions of how the people at that time looked in ancient Europe. And the pictures on the bottom, on the right-hand side, show you how these Black people who lived in Europe, represented by the reconstructed figures on the top, on the right side of the slide, they look totally different. And we see how, in a sense, that European went into a more serpentine look. La Marche is a cave and archaeological site located in Lussac-les-Châteaux. a commune in the department of Vienne, Western France. It is an archaeological site that has engineered much debate that has not been resolved to date. The carved etchings discovered there in 1937 show detailed depictions of humans and animals that are over 10,000 years old. This is a kind of a picture of the cave. The cave was very extensive. You got to understand in a sense that this cave, the cave network, you wouldn't imagine the cave network that exists below the surface in Europe. These caves are vast. These caves are very expansive, you see. And they found in these caves, in a sense, various materials that show how the people, how the ancient Caucasians lived in these caves. You see? Here's a depiction of probably how some of them look. As you can see, we can see some of the various, if you look very closely and carefully, you can see many of these people living in the caves. They were probably hairy. You can see some of the faces that resemble those faces that we find in those depictions of the people from Grotte Le Marche. And again, in a sense, so we can see how this is probably a good representation of how those people lived back then in the caves. But see, you had to understand that, as I told you, this network of caves is very extensive under Europe. Caucasians, while living in the caves, created a massive network of underground tunnels, crisscrossing Europe. Listen to me. These tunnels crisscross Europe from Scotland to Turkey. Did you hear what I said? These tunnels, they go all the way from Scotland and the UK all the way to Turkey in Anatolia. A new book on the ancient superhighways has claimed, German archaeologists said evidence of the tunnels has been found near hundreds of Neolithic settlements all over the continent. Seemingly never-ending series of underground tunnels are confirmed to be man-made, and the architecture boggles even the most sophisticated designers. Yes, yes. These ancient Caucasians, when they lived underground in the caves, they made extensive paths. They was trying to get out. They were trying to find a way to get out. They wanted to get up to the surface, but they couldn't get out. They were stuck in the ground because after the Ice Age, it closed up all the exits and entrances to the caves. A German archaeologist, Dr. Heinrich Kusch, said evidence of the tunnels has been found under hundreds of Neolithic settlements all over the continent. In his book, Secrets of the Underground Door to an Ancient World, if you want to find out more about these caves, again, this book is by Dr. Heinrich Kusch, and it's called Secrets of the Underground Door to the Ancient World. The German title is Tore zur Welt. He says the fact that so many have survived after 12,000 years shows that the original tunnel network must have been enormous. Do you understand this? Think about that. These Caucasians who was living in the caves built a network of tunnels stretching all the way from Scotland all the way to Turkey and Anatolia. And these caves are extensive. Yes, this is where they lived. These cave paintings record the change in the Proto-Caucasian physical form into more human-like forms today. The pictures make it clear that the long chins and noses were a major feature of the Proto-Europeans. Check out information on the Grotte de Marche at http://pascal.lefort.perso.neuf.fr/LA Grotte de la Marche.htm. And you can see that this chin is somewhat represented today. It's called the Hasberg. Look over there on the left-hand side. You can see this fellow. He has what's called an Hasberg chin. So you can see how these features that developed in a sense in the caves, they're continuing to be. And so you can also understand that when these people came out of the caves, they were very frightening looking. They didn't look too human. And that's one of the reasons why, even up to this day, if you notice, Caucasians are always trying to marry, non-Caucasian women, especially melanated black women, but they'll go for Asians, anybody. But they especially gravitate towards melanated black women because it's by marrying black women, I think, that they feel that they're going to be able to maintain their human appearance instead of the beastly appearance that many of them had in the caves. In my book, Blacks in Europe, pages 138 to 145, I talk about the first Caucasians and how they lived in the caves for thousands of years. During this time, they probably treated each other badly. Think about that. If you're living in a cave, you see, there was a lack of food resources in the caves. And so what do you think these Caucasians, what do you think they ate if they lived in the caves? I'll give you a minute to think about it. There's no insects, there's no animals, there's no, they had little crawfishes and a few insects and stuff. But there was nothing real to eat in the caves. Yes, you've guessed it, they ate each other. They ate each other in the caves because the only source of food would have been each other. See? If they were eating each other, can't that explain why they're so xenophobic? Why they don't really like to be around other people, why they like to be alone? See? It helps you to understand in a sense. So when Michael Bradley, when he's talking about the aggression that occurred, that he felt occurred in the caves during, in a sense, with Neanderthal man, it didn't occur with Neanderthal man. White people got that, Caucasians got that aggression. They got that evil when they, in a sense, when they devolved from black people into Caucasians after the Younger Dryas, from eating each other, being mean to each other. You see? What was life like in the caves of Europe? I discuss this in my other book, The Origin of Black Neanderthals and the White Race. Get that book, and my book on the Prius of Europe. We can assume that when Caucasians lived in the caves, they early recognized that they should organize themselves into clans or tribes. The tribe would have protected its members from being preyed upon. The Caucasian living in the cave early realized that other humans could provide them with valuable resources. Other humans could provide them with food, clothing, and weapons, you see? So, okay, let's say that you captured another human. If your tribe attacked another tribe of people, then therefore, in a sense, once you killed those people, you got three things from those people. You got food, you see? You got their bones, and their bones could be made into tools, you see? You could also in a sense get you could also get something that you could cook your food in, or something that you could drink water from, or you could, in a sense, eat food from, and that would be the skulls, right? See? So to these early Caucasians living in the caves, they found that the body, in a sense, was very important, and that the body could serve many purposes, especially purposes in terms of keeping people alive. And then not only that, but if you skin the members of the other tribe, you could also, in a sense, make clothing. You could have a coat, you could have a blanket, you could have all type of things, because see, as you can see, the early Caucasians in the caves, they saw the body as being utilitarian. They never, think about it. If they lived in the cave, they never associated the body as being part of them, because they saw the body as a source of food, the body as a source of weapons, the body as a source of utensils that they could use to cook, to eat, and things like that, you see? Because they had to eat each other if they wanted to have the food resources to survive, you see? Now you can see why they had those long chins, because they had those long chins. So when they were eating those dead bodies, they would make sure, in a sense, that it wouldn't cause disease when they would eat them up. The human body provided the Caucasoids with clothing made of human skin. The human bone would have provided the materials to make tools and weapons, such as knives and short spears. The bones could also be fashioned as protective armor by using human skin to bind bundles of bones together. Living in the caves during this time was a place of terror. It was terror because you could not trust any human you came in contact with. Due to the fear, this individual might murder you. As a result, xenophobia became the principal attitude of Caucasians. Caucasian xenophobia became a protective measure that guaranteed that these in-groups, due to hatred and fear of the strangers, would be able to defeat and conquer the out-group because they represented anything that was foreign or strange. Very important, you see. Very important. You can't never underestimate the impact of your genesis, the impact of your origin, you see, because your origin will always play a role in terms of how you see yourself, even in the future or at a different period in time. The Caucasian xenophobia nurtured in the caves became an epigenetic feature of the white man. This psychological outlook, which manifests within Caucasians, was taken with the Caucasian when they exited the caves, as demonstrated by the aggressive tendencies of the white man. In addition, because the human body was seen as a natural resource, Caucasians have developed the attitude that humans are a utility. Yes, they see you as a utility. They don't see you in a sense as something that should be loved, held, caressed. They see you in a sense, they see the body as something that you can use, you see, in any manner that you wish. Get my book, Origins of Black Neanderthals and the White Race. Learn more. How did the Caucasians lead the caves? I know I already told you that because of the fact that many of the exits and entrances to the caves were closed off because of the ice in a sense, over the 1,000-year period, many of their temples disintegrated, the rocks and everything became, in a sense, absorbed. There were earthquakes in the cave. So a lot of the cultures and stuff were destroyed, but we still see, that these people had to exit. So how did they exit? I'm going to tell you how they exit. The Caucasians remained in the caves until the Santorini volcano. The theory of volcano eruption was a catastrophe. The volcano eruption devastated the Aegean island of Thera, which was also called Santorini, circa 1600 BC, 1600 years for the present. There's a very good article about some of the consequences of this volcano. It's by P. Lamoureux. It was written in 1995. It's called Worldwide Environmental Impacts from the Eruption of Thera. And this is, I took this from his abstract. But let me tell you what happened. According to Lamoureux, he says that, and I quote, the eruptions of Thera, Santorini, between 1628 and 1450 BC constituted a natural catastrophe, unparalleled in all of history. The last major eruption in 1450 BC destroyed the entire Minoan fleet at Crete at a time when the Minoans dominated the Mediterranean world. In addition, there had to be massive loss of life from ejecta gases, volcanic ash, bombs and flows. The collapse of a majestic mountain into a caldera, 15 kilometers in diameter, caused a giant ocean wave, a tsunami, that at its source was estimated in excess of 46 meters high. The tsunami destroyed ships as far away as Crete, 105 kilometers, and killed thousands of people along the shoreline in the eastern Mediterranean area. At distant points in Asia Minor and Africa, there was darkness from ash fallout, lightning, and destructive earthquakes. Earthquakes, waves emanating from the epicenter near the ancient volcano, were felt as far away as the Norwegian countries. These disturbances caused great physical damage in the eastern Mediterranean and along the Rift Valley system from Turkey to the south and Central Africa. Yes. What happened in a sense is that the Santorini volcano was so powerful that it opened up the caves. It opened up the caves in Central Asia, and as these caves became open, Caucasians poured out. That's where the Caucasians came from. What was the question at the beginning? Where did the white man come from? The white man came from the caves, and they exited these caves after the Santorini volcano. And see, what made the Santorini volcano so good is that when the Caucasians exited the caves, As you can see, many of the ancient civilizations, they were really down. They really didn't have the power. They were weak. Many of the various peoples who lived in these civilizations, they were killed off as a result of the volcano and other eruptions. So many of the people were killed off. So then the Caucasians had an easy path moving out of Central Asia into Europe, and that they could easily conquer many of these black civilizations, easily conquer many of these black people, because of the fact they had been weakened by this volcano that caused all this damage. Yes, that's where the Caucasian came from. He came from the caves, and he expanded from the caves in Central Asia all across Europe. There's disagreement over where the Caucasians spread across Europe from. Dr. M. Kimbutis maintains that Europeans had their origin in the Pontic steppe country on the north coast of the Black Sea and began to expand into Europe as Kurgan nomads after 4000 BC. This is far too early. In 1987, Dr. C. Renfrew hypothesized that the Indo-Europeans lived in eastern Anatolia and spread into Europe around 7,000 years ago with the spread of agriculture. This is also false. They were in the caves at that time. Both these views have little support based upon the ancestral cultural terms used by the Proto-Indo-European Caucasians, which are predominantly of non-Indo-European origin. In other words, in a sense, is that when you look at the culture, and they talk about, in a sense, a cattle culture, farming culture, that's about all those words. They don't go back. They're not Proto-Indo-European. They mainly came from the black people who lived in Europe, and they got these terms after they conquered these black people. After a comparison of linguistic, agricultural, and genetic evidence, researchers found little support for both of these theories. No, the theory of Gimbutas and the theory of Renfrew, they have really no support. The genetic evidence supporting the absence of an Indo-European origin in the Anatolian region, but they were in the Anatolian region because that's where the caves opened up, in Anatolia and also in other parts of Turkey. That's where the caves opened up, and all these Caucasians just came out of the caves. You see, the north and east of Anatolia was inhabited by non-Indo-European speakers. It appears that Indo-Europeans did not enter Anatolia until sometime between 2000 and 1800 BC. At this time, we note the appearance of Indo-European Hittite names in the literary records of the Old Kingdom of Hatti. And at least as late as 1900 BC, Anatolia was basically still Hattian. Caucasians appear in Europe after 1400 BC, I repeat. Caucasians appear in Europe after 1400 BC, because that was after what? The Santorini volcano, when they began to attack black civilizations in Central Asia and Europe. They were known in history as the people of the sea, or Indo-Europeans. Over there on the side, you can see some of these people of the sea as they began, in a sense, to invade Egypt. The usual method of Indo-European and also Chinese invasion was twofold. First, they settle in your country in small groups, and they're, almost partly assimilated.
Okay. Now, I know that was a lot of information to kind of get us to a thought process of what was going on in the history, in our story, and why when the European tries to break our history down, things seem so complex and out of place. And we try to figure out how that goes about. I'm going to play one more video, and then I'm going to show a slide, and we're going to have a question and answer. And then I'm going to allow our guest speakers to come in.
Magdalene, Mary Magdala, even the French records say she's Mara Magdala and a negress, an Ethiopian negress. So Jesus was a black man, born of a black woman, and married to a black woman. And it's not true that he was the mother was impregnated by the Spirit of God. They write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and create a woman, which is all nonsense. There was also a philosophy of reincarnation, that there are people who lived in the past who can be born in small children. You find that a child actually is an older person, but is a child. They said, no, that should not be taught, because people will not obey us as the imperial power.
King David Studio podcast.
I have with me here someone I hold very highly, whose knowledge intrigues me, and how he knows so much intrigues me as well. I have a former chief whip of the ANC many years ago, and that it's a pledge. What is your African name?
Nekrofo. Matole Nekrofo Mutsera.
Nekrofo.
Yes.
Wow.
Nekrofo, you'll find that name amongst the first pharaohs. It's written in Greek, Nekrufes.
What?
Yes.
How did you inherit such a big name? Surely somebody must have given.
It's my guardian spirit.
Jeez. Is it a name that's found in your family?
Yes. In all my family, every household will have a child called Kirufo.
Okay.
Kirufo. Like his Kirufo is my son.
Okay.
My elder sister was Kirufo. And my younger sister was also Kirufo.
Yes.
Yeah. So the name runs from the 1700s.
My gosh.
Yeah.
But you say it has a link to, it's written in Greek and all of that.
Yeah, Nekirufes.
How does your people connect with this other nation?
We came from a place called Napta. Napta, next to the Nuba Mountains in the Sudan, which was the heartland of ancient Ethiopia. And that's why the people from that area came to be known as Nubians. And those are the people who created ancient Ethiopian civilization. And the ancient Ethiopians or Nubians created the Egyptian civilization.
Got you.
But from that area, other Nubians went to West Africa, others to East Africa, others to the south. And that's why you would find empires like Mongale, Munomuki, Mwana Mutapa, Angola, Benin, Zanj on the coast. All these kingdoms were, and the Kantasis of ancient Ethiopia, all these kingdoms actually came out of ancient Ethiopia. And these were the custodians of ancient African civilizations. So the Egyptians are descendants of indigenous Africans who originated at the source of the Nile. But you see, from the time of Abraham, who was a colonialist, you have the people called the Hyksos, who are the forebears of the Jews. And then you have the Libyans of Sheshonq. Then you have the Persians. You have the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs. All these people colonized Egypt. That's why the population of Egypt became so mixed. Today, you won't even recognize that those people are indigenous Africans. And they are called Copts or Coptic people. And people don't even ask themselves the root of the word Copt, because it's Kapta,
Okay. Oh, from where they're from.
Yeah, in Greek, Kapta is Coptis. I was telling you that we originated in Napta. The word Napta, Kapta, and even the word Egypt derives from Ha-Kapta, the land of God Ptah. Wow. And the name Ethiopia, it comes from Atape. But if you say Tape or Tapa, if you reverse Pa and Ta, then you have Ptah. And there's an Ethiopian pharaoh, Sabaka, who discovered an old document called the Memphite stone. That stone later came to be named after him as Sabaka stone. That stone, today you find it in the British Museum.
Yeah.
That is the oldest document which talks about the origins of the world, how everything was created. But that document was published in 716 BC. But what happens is they write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and create a woman, which is all nonsense. But we have been made to believe that story, and all of us, even those of us who are not white or Europeans, we believe we're the children of Adam. But if you go into history, or if you just make calculations based on the Bible, Adam was created in the year 4004 BC. By the year 30,000 BC, Africans had already built pyramids, temples. They've already invented writing. They had produced literature. Now, why on earth do we take the later story, foreign story, and make it our story, and then leave our true story that we have, which is documented? Because the Romans don't have a history. Their history starts with Romeo and Juliet, somewhere in the 700 years BC.
Please mute your phone.
Now, they got hold of the Jewish story and found that because they wanted to build an empire, they must use the Jewish story to say, no, all of us come from Adam. They want to use that to unify us. And when they got the Christian story, they forced, everybody was forced to be a Christian. But the Christianity that the Romans created is a materialistic Christianity, because it gives you a white woman who has a white boy child, and they say the white woman is the mother of God, the white child is the son of God. And that story was also false, because the mother of Jesus was not a European. She came from the family of Ptah Lamu, Mary Amun. That's those names you can't find anywhere in the world except in Africa.
Yeah.
But when the Greeks colonized Egypt, Ptah Lamu becomes Ptolemy, and Mary Amun becomes Mariam.
Okay.
But you can't find the same name, Mariam, anywhere in the world except in Africa. So Jesus was known as Joshua ben Mary Amun.
Okay.
And Yoshu, that Yeshua in Greek is Jesus. Mary Amun is Mariam. So Jesus was called
the son of
Yeshua ben Mariam. And that's why in Ethiopia now you find a church called the Church of Mariam of Zion. But the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not existed. It has existed before the beginning, from the beginning of time. Now ask yourself, where did it exist? That Christianity comes from Africa. And the name Christ is a distortion of the word harakte, which is also spelled XP acte. In Greek, XP acte is XP ichtoch and is pronounced Christos. So there is no evidence of a word Christ existing anywhere except in Africa. And actually, you see the pyramids of ancient Ethiopia and Egypt. You also have the sphinxes. Those sphinxes are the oldest statue of the Christ, who was also called Uzara, the son of the sun. In Greek is Osiris. So that's why there was a fight over Christianity, because Jesus was not Christ. He was a prophet of the African Christ, and he was appointed by the great Kara, Solar Brotherhood, to propagate a popular version of Christianity for the masses. But that's why we distinguish between esoteric Christianity, which is kind of a secret doctrine, and exoteric Christianity. So Jesus was teaching the popular one, because the problem there was that people were rough, they were aggressive,
unruly.
Yeah. So Jesus had to teach something to tame the people. So he was sent. He was not sent by God. He was sent by the great Solar Society, which actually is a secret organization that came from the source of the Nile. And this great Solar Society was called, were called the Servants of the Sun, Shamshu Hara, and in Greek, Shamshu Hor, and then also called Horus Kings. That's why the eagle became the most important bird, because it symbolizes royal, the royal soul, spirituality. You can see also this, the Germans,
the Americans
use it, the Americans use it, but they don't know where it comes from.
Yeah.
You see, for instance, even the word royal itself, royal derives from Ra, which is the sun. So it's only Africans who say we are the children of the sun. The Ngunis will say Sivelanga, children of the sun. The Shonas will say we are Karanga, children of the sun. And on Lake Victoria, there's an island called Ukara, where our institute, Kara Heritage Institute, takes the name. That island is also called Uranga. Ranga is the sun, or Ulanga, Langa is the sun, Kara is the sun. So that area, you find people who call themselves on that island Vakara, Vakaranga, Vakalanga, Wakaranga, Vakalaga.
It's all the same thing.
All the same.
All referring to people of the sun.
People or children of the sun.
Yeah.
And that's where even the Egyptians, when they moved up, they established a city called Saqqara. Sa means land, Kara, the land of the sun. And the people who go to West Africa, they have a city in Ghana, Accra, which is a distortion of Akara, which is the city of the sun. And then at Mapungubwe here and Great Zimbabwe, they had temples, African people, before the whites came. The temples were called Akara, and then the Greeks say it's Acropolis.
Okay.
Even up in Egypt, they talk about Acropolis. And then the Arabs talk about Al-Akara. But all this means the city of the sun, or the city of the sun god. So we have better explanations of who we are, where we come from, how we got to where we are.
You've said a mouthful, but I want
Amashe, 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 Amashe. So the videos have taken us through a journey to see our story and how our story, our knowledge became aggressively. The kingdom of heaven was taken by force. The kingdom of heaven was taken by force. I would tell you to read that in the Bible. I want to call the verse. It's in the book of Matthew as well, but I can't call the verse right now because I would tell you to go find that in the Hebrew and do the Hebraic translation and follow that and see what it's really saying to you. As you have just heard the elder give you an illustrious teaching to even think about Akra, Akara. And even those who came later on and said that Christ would be called the Karas or the Kara, the people who are the children of the Son. And we have said in every lesson the 7 bodies of man, the 7 spectrums of light, and that our DNA is hydrogen. And so our ancestors, when they said that we are people or children of the Sun, they were speaking of the science of our nature. So the science of our nature is so important because that allows us to break the colonialization of what has taken place. All right. So we're going to show a document, and then I'm going to, because of the statement given by our elder, I believe some of you have heard where our brother Cypher has spoke about the Sabaka stone. And then we have our other brethren online, Dejahuti Sahotep. So we're going to show this document, give a quick little statement on it, and I'm going to call our brother Dejahuti in, and then Brother Cypher will take us out dealing with the Sabaka stone and the Memphite document. So give me 1 minute to pull this document up and give a quick insight on why this is important. All right. So why is all of this important? Why would we go through all of this history and lessons? You know, the Ethiopian World Federation, we the Black peoples of the world. Pursuant to the Ethiopian World Federation standing in international law as a person of international law, pursuant to the Montevideo Convention, Article 1, but not limited to, thus the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated The Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated was established as an emissary mission and given a constitution to operate as a government vehicle for we, the Black peoples of the world. This vehicle of constitutional standings was given as necessary for our ancestors were colonized and enslaved under the papal bull doctrine, claim of authority, right as the highest throne of God on earth under the primacy of Peter. This is the Europeans' claim under the Pope. The claim of authority and right over we, the Black peoples of the world, has been contested and published in the public publication, uncontested by all concerned parties. Thus, His Imperial Majesty Haile Selassie held the highest claim of the throne of God above the primacy of Peter. And there, our divine heritage birthright is declared and ordained in the Constitution of the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. So this document, this PowerPoint is being shared, has been shared in the group. I'll share it in Ourstory. This is where we will be going at for the next week. We've done the component of history and hitting the stories in which they have used to claim a documentation of authority. But when we use diplomatics as we research ancient texts and documents to establish the legal paradigms and grounds that we must stand on, where we come back to our customary heritage, our true history, and so forth. So we have to unwind these claims of colonial authority over us. And some people may say, well, we're doing history study. That's not, no. To learn our story and understand or overstand our story allows you to operate in the highest of diplomatic knowledge. See, the mind that goes before someone to battle on legal grounds for their people, but yet they're still colonized in their mind, they will always relinquish authority to their enslaver and colonizer because their mental has already been colonized. They are twice defeated. They are not able to see past the veils of illusion of authority. Their mind cannot grasp that this authority comes from a right of aggression that only comes from the caveman coming out of the cave, who does not have the divine superior authority on earth, but yet they are a fallen people who need the proper guidance, and that means we must come into our full power and our divine knowledge. So education in international law, education in procedural law, education in UCC, education in human rights. Now, the construct of procedural law, we always explain that the first thing that is used in most court cases is to procedurally block you. The constructs of international law. Most of us have no true overstanding of international law, as we quote the Montevideo Convention. And that shows in our inability to believe in our own power, our own authority. Why? Because our mental is not educated to properly perceive or know that in a knowledge capacity to make us move in faith. So most of our people, when you speak of having governmental power as we, the black peoples, they will reject it because they have already been colonized in their mental based on the story of we, the black peoples of the world. Education and human rights. The Webster Dictionary defines diplomatics as the science of diplomas or of ancient writings, literature, and public documents, letters, decrees, charters, codicils, which has for its objective to decipher old writings and to ascertain their authority, their date. Now, His Majesty, the Ethiopian World Federation, we have in our constitution that we are to assimilate, to decipher and give out the ancient knowledge, the ancient Ethiopian knowledge. It's our constitutional duty to break down the diplomatics, to show those how to research. So our brother Clyde Winters, the elder who we were listening to at first, he is one of the best decoders and deciphers and researcher. In fact, in colleges, he is a teacher, a professor, a doctorate who teaches research. So he is a master at researching. So where we've been learning these constructs and other dimensions of thought processes to understand or overstand even the things that we call religion. International law consists of rules and principles governing the relations and dealings of nations with each other, as well as relationships between states and individuals and relations between international organizations. International law consists of rules and principles governing the relations and dealings of nations. Okay, the relations and dealings of nations. Okay, public international law concerns itself only with questions of rights between several nations or nations and the citizens or subjects of other nations. So if we, the Ethiopian World Federation, we would associate to international law to deal with rules and principles of how others have to deal with us in the relationships with us. But we would also be asserting a public international law concern based on our rights between several nations, how we have dealt with several nations and citizens and subjects of other nations. In contrast, private international law deals with controversies between private persons. Now, persons is a definition that means corporations, so it could be countries, nations, and so forth. But now when we say private international law, that is where we start speaking about that His Majesty was the greatest chess player in political warfare, because His Majesty was fighting a global fight for we, the black peoples of the world. When all of Africa was set down by the Berlin Conference, there was this lone imperial throne standing up for the human rights and the international morality to be restored back into the way the world was governed before those who came out of the cave took aggressive position of authority and have misled the world through their psychotic state and their mutated minds through their fall. So we then look at, well, if there's a controversy, how do we determine controversy? So when we start dealing with controversy, we start dealing with His Majesty's declaration to we, the black peoples of the world, when he stated, I am the emperor of all of Africa, and I am the king of all Negroes around the world, including those in the United States. So His Majesty declared a jurisdiction and authority with us, removing us from the authority of the papal bull. Now, in that, His Majesty then, as leaving the League of Nations and being a founder within the United Nations, pushed for the contracts of countries and agreements for human rights. He also got the United States, the UK, and them to enter into these same type of contractual agreements with Ethiopia. So at that point in time, these contracts become private international law. So these are the points of controversy. So if somebody is breaching the treaty components that we stand under, then we're dealing in private international law. Controversies between private persons. Persons would be Ethiopian World Federation, we the black peoples of the world, as a standing government under the Montevideo Convention and the imperial thrones ordained of our Constitution. So these controversies arise out of situations would have a significant relationship to multiple nations. So multiple nations. In recent years, the line between public and private international law has become increasingly uncertain. Issues of private international law may also implicate issues of public international law, and many matters of private international law have substantial international significance. So let's say the controversy, let's take, for instance, Palestine and Israel did enter into a treaty that was supposed to be respected, right? Israel broke this treaty grounds and has taken over the territory of Palestine as originally agreed. Now, that's a private controversy on their contract. So if someone else wants to intercede, what would be why would this be also public? Because it applies to multiple nations. Well, how does it apply to multiple nations? Because in this definition of Israelite and Palestine, you're dealing with what is the authority of old colonial powers, meaning Israel is nothing but a colonizer. They've went into the lands, took over the lands, they've colonized the land. Now, do nations around the world still agree to allow colonialization to have a standing in law? Or is colonialism and slavery illegal in all forms in which it comes? If not, then this definition will affect multiple nations based on the standing of this private controversy. So it is not a private controversy. It affects the first degree of which we said international law consists of rules and principles of governing. So what comes out of this controversy may be a definition that affects how people have been defining the rules and the governing of international law, because Europeans are still governing it under their authority under the Papa Bull. Okay, Procedural law is the body of law that establishes the rules of the courts and the methods used to enforce legal rights. And those within the judicial system, to be more precise, procedural law consists of laws that determine how the business of the court is to be conducted, how the business of the court is to be conducted. Now, let's say with us, for the Ethiopian World Federation, we go to a court. Court wants to treat us like a regular person, and they're saying this is how they conduct their business. Well, is this how they conduct their business, or is how they decided to conduct their business that day with you a violation of a public or private international law? So those questions would have to be asked. So procedural bars would mean in that you go into a court and the court says, well, we got a procedure that says you got to file your claim within 2 years. You filed this claim 2 years and 1 month. So this claim is procedurally barred. Well, I didn't have money to pay for a court case until this. Well, your case is still procedurally barred, but it's on constitutional rights. But you haven't followed the procedures of the court, so you don't get to present this. So procedural bars could throw you out the door without even giving you right to a claim. Now, in that, we're not gonna go too far in this, but this is where we would be going at in the standings. In that, you look at that procedural bar right there, and you say how they conduct the court. Now, in our reality, most of our people would just suffer whatever the court say, and we'd be like, man, nothing to do. There's these people world and da 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 da. Well, we still haven't learned to conduct our business. Now they're conducting their business based on their procedures and policies. Why are we not conducting our business and holding to our delegations of authority? So most blacks throughout the United States and so forth, when you talk about the delegation of authority in the UK and everyone, most of them don't have an understanding on how that plays out. So we're going to look at one thing here. This is the treaty that His Imperial Majesty entered into with the United States. So Ethiopia, the Empire of Ethiopia, entered into a treaty with the United States. The first article of this treaty states that there shall be constant peace and firm and lasting friendship between the United States of America and Ethiopia. The two high contracting parties reiterate their intent to further the purpose of the United Nations. So both of them are agreeing that they will protect human rights. You know, that's the Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations. So they are agreeing that this will be the basis of their friendship and their binding contract. Okay? So both of them have agreed to this. Now, when we go a little further, each high contracting party shall have the right to send to the other high contracting party duly accredited diplomatic representatives. Okay, our sergeant at arms and our chaplain both today mentioned Dr. Malay, Dr. Emmanuel Bayan. So when they mentioned Dr. Emmanuel Bayan, he is a prince of Ethiopia. He was the nephew of His Imperial Majesty, and he was sent as an accredited diplomatic representative. So we're talking about international law. So now this accredited diplomatic representative came to the United States, worked with the others that were here who would be considered Ethiopians. I'm calling you, some might say other blacks here. We'll call them Ethiopians. And they start with most people like to try to contest. This is Article 7 I'm going to. And people would say, well, y'all say y'all are the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. And because you're incorporated, I don't know, y'all incorporated in the United States. How can y'all be a government? How can y'all have any standing if y'all incorporate? Don't y'all waive your sovereignty once you become an incorporated in the United States? See, these are questions that people ask because they don't trust black authority. They're afraid of it. They don't believe that His Majesty could have strategically been planning for our liberation, even though they would go back in history and see uh, 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 um, His Majesty petitioning for the apartheid to end in South Africa, fighting. Now, His Majesty made it his very interest for South Africa, and it's very important that South Africa now is leading the stance on protection of human rights and the ends of acts against dehumanizing and colonizing people. So the blessing that His Majesty placed on South Africa, they are now extending it to others. But His Majesty gave us a vehicle to be also able to do this work. But many have said, well, that's the Ethiopian World Federation Incorporated. Well, according to Article 7, you know, companies, the definition of companies, constitute under the applicable laws and regulations of either high contracting party. So if an Ethiopian comes here to the United States and they open a company in the United States, they'll follow the laws, get an EIN number, whatever they got to do. Under the applicable laws, they don't have to now. I'm just saying they could do it. They under the applicable laws and regulations of either high contracting party shall have their juridical status recognized. Now, this is a company, but why is a juridical being placed with a company? We'll get there. So their juridical status recognized within the territories of the other high contracting party, as used in the present treaty. Companies means corporations. So the Ethiopian World Federation can be a corporation in the United States but it still has a juridical authority. It still has a juridical authority. Now, according to this treaty, either high contracting party shall have their juridical status recognized within the territories of the other high contracting party as used in the present treaty. 2 of Article 7. Nationals and companies of either high contracting party shall have free access to the courts of justice. Okay. So even though you go to the court, this court trying to tell you what they're supposed to do, but there's a procedure that's already been set by this treaty that you're supposed to have free access to the courts of justice and administrative agencies. So that's the DEA, anybody that's doing something, you're supposed to be able to go right to them, supposed to get an immediate meeting with these territories and other high contractor parties in degrees of jurisdiction, born in defense and pursuit of their rights. To end that prompt and impartial justice be done. So you got judicial rights, and you got what they got to do this prompt so you can protect your rights. So if you see your rights being violated, you have a juridical authority. But what is that juridical authority? Such access shall be allowed in any event upon the terms no less favor than those applicable to nationals and companies of such high contracting party of any third country. It is understood that the company is not engaged in activity. So how they treat Israel, they got to treat you. So if you set up a company here and you say, "Oh, they violate my rights," da da da. So what does the Jews do? They have the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, that will go around and attack people and say their rights. And then they go right to the Congress, they go right to the courts, and the people listen to them. And they can even make these people start bringing people up on charges. They're operating in that power. Okay? But we're not. So when we get up here, there's a contract. And if this contract is being breached, then we have controversy. So learning to use the tools that His Majesty gave to us is so important. And in the closing, I read something of it, but I'm going to leave the closing The Article 1 of the Montevideo Convention, a state as a person of international law should possess the following qualifications: a permanent population, we the black peoples of the world. We the black peoples of the world. We have our membership. B, a defined territory. We the black peoples of the world. Shashamani, a defined territory. Government, we have our constitution. We have our juridical. The capacity to enter into relations with other states. This is a two-side because as we formulate as the Federation, we had already entered into an agreement with the state. That was the imperial throne. The Empire of Ethiopia collected us as the diaspora and gave us a governmental position. See, we had already met these positions, even though we say now we did a treaty with the Lakota tribe, but we already had a status that we just weren't operating in. So these things were just processes so that we could advance our position as a person of international law. But now, do we stand under international law? No, we stand under customary law because we came from kingdoms and queendoms. And to kingdoms and queendoms we return. So His Majesty, an imperial throne, brings us back unto the customary jurisdiction. So we operate as a federation, as states, as people, as persons of international law. There is so much more for us to go through, and we will in due time. But I wanted to say to you tonight, as I call the brothers in, is that we're looking at a change in the world, and it's happening right before our face. And it's happening fast, and it's happening big. So some of you know that we've been pushing what's called the King of Kings plan to educate the kingdoms and queendoms in Africa that even their fight as a diaspora, fighting for their position in land, they're able to make a claim through His Imperial Majesty's removal of the Berlin Conference's jurisdiction when His Majesty stated he is the emperor of all of Africa. See, so then the Berlin Conference, in which is using to create borders and so forth that limits Africa's developments and stops the original kingdoms and queendoms from their lands. See, that's colonization. And the kingdoms and queendoms are learning this process and they're taking the fight on because they're the diaspora just like us. You know, when colonialism comes into Africa and takes us out through slavery and so forth and everything, they take their system of what was called government and they put it on top of the kingdoms. And they remove the kingdoms of authority. Now, when people say Africa is liberated, they're free again, but the kingdoms are not free. The government is still sitting on top of the kingdom. So until the government is removed off of the top of the kingdoms and queendoms, then Africa is not free. So the fight for freedom is coming, and it's happening fast. And in Africa right now, there is a monarchy taking its rightful position with 9 kingdoms surrounding it. And they are going to be restored above the capacity of the colonial government. This is the trend that's about to take off throughout Africa. You know, they're returning to their authority. They're returning to their divine heritage. They're removing the colonial construct that has defined Africa, the environment, the school system, the medicine. But somehow in the West, you know, we swear we're more educated and we've got, We're bound by colonial impressions. This is why in the Africa's interior right now, geniuses are awaking because their consciousness has been open to search the parameters of greatness and geniuses to escape the traps that have been bound in Africa. But in the West and so forth, we feel comfortable. So we're not elevating our being to that next conscious level to produce what's needed. His Majesty told us we must become greater. We must become what this world and what the school and what before us did not educate us. And I have a statement I always say in that: supreme intelligence, everything else is irrelevant. You must come to your supreme self, your God self. You must unlock that, awaken that, so we can accomplish what we will. So with that, I give thanks. I call forth my brother Dejahuti. We had played that last video with Honorable Baba Mataluse. He gave us some very good insight, especially about the house of Ptah, and that we come from Ptah, and that we are the Asahra, we are the Kahra, the Akara, we are the children of the sun. So, Regent Dejahuti, can you come forth, give us your reasoning, and then Ross Cipher, I would ask you to come after the elder. Give thanks.
Uja, greetings to all.
Greetings.
Dua, my dear brother, and to all that are present, immortal souls, indeed. It's truly been a delight this evening to receive the knowledge shared, to edify and expand our awareness, to further induce expansion of consciousness and identity empowerment. And with that being said, I am Asar Jehuti Se Hotep. Asar is my initiatic title in the Temple of Shetat Neter, Temple of Aset, which translates to the eternal soul. Jehuti translates to, in short, cosmic mind or divine intellect. Se, addressed as Hotep, supreme peace. In short, together, the eternal soul who makes peace of mind by reconciling the opposites. I was asked to share information on meditation, specifically the glorious light meditation. And I'd like to begin with referencing the text that I will provide this so that for those who are interested may be able to access this resource. And before we close out, I can also provide a link in the chat for those that may be interested in obtaining a copy. This is a text authored by Dr. Mu'ata Ashby, and the book is entitled The Glorious Light Meditation. And it is the formal practice of the glorious light, which is the practice of our immortal identity empowerment or alignment. And this teaching was codified in the temple of Seti Ua, or Seti I, dated around approximately 1350 BCE. And I'm just going to provide a summary of the teachings and what it pertains to. And then certainly with the text, you'll be able to take a deeper dive. First, a quick overview and reading from the back of the text. Translated from the original hieroglyphic text, that is Medu Neter, of the oldest known meditation system in human history from ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet, which acknowledges on the temple walls that their origin came from the base of the mountain of the moon. They certainly acknowledge Abyssinia, ancient Ethiopia, as being its origin or birthplace. And as a side note, in my genetic and DNA heritage, my maternal lineage is the haploid group LB3.
Greetings, Latoya and Sandiata. Can you mute your mics, please? Your mics are unmuted, but welcome.
Haploid group LB3, which through my maternal lineage, my double X chromosome mother, indeed, it goes back 60,000 years to ancient Ethiopia. And so there is a bloodline that brings me back to this space at this time in the emergence of a new era. So I'm reading from page 140 in the text now. The summary of the teachings of the Glorious Light meditation. Formal meditation in Sema yoga consists of some basic elements: posture, sound, that is the chanting of the words of power, visualization, rhythmic breathing, that is calm, steady breath. The instructions translated from the original Medu Neter text contains the basic elements for formal meditation. And as mentioned, the basic instructions for the Glorious Light system given in the tomb of King Seti I that he left for his son. Number one, to be practiced by clergy and lay alike. Number two, listen to the mystical teachings in the myth of Het Heru and Jehuti. Number three, be purified physically by proper hygiene. That is to say, with the now flood water, cleanness, and wearing of proper clothing. Number four, be purified by ma'at, that is righteousness, truth, non-violence, non-stealing, non-killing, etc. Number five, sevenfold cleansing for 3 days. The serpent power to transcend the 3 forms of mental expression. Six, posture and focus of attention. Make the body still, concentrating on yourself. 7, the words of power to be chanted are Nuke Hekau. The translation, Nuke is I am. Hekau is the word itself that purifies. Thus, Nuke Hekau is I am the word itself. Nuke Ra Aku, I am Ra's glorious shining spirit, the divine light. Nuke Ba Ra, I am the soul of Ra. Nuke Hekau, I am the God who creates through sound. And 8, visualization, seeing yourself in the center of the sun disk, the circle of Ra, the sun, the light, the divine presence. Seeing yourself as Ra, the mystic union, through the meditative practice. And I'm going to move over to a piece here on 116. The personality of every human being is somewhat different from every other. However, the sages of yoga have identified 4 basic factors which are common to all human personalities. These factors are emotion, reason, action, and will. Also, the human personality expresses in 3 basic formats. These are dullness, agitation, and lucidity, or harmony and purity. This means that in order for a human being to properly evolve, all aspects of the personality must develop in an integral fashion. Therefore, 4 major forms of yoga disciplines have evolved, and each is specifically designed to promote a positive movement in one of the areas of the personality. The Sema yoga of devotional love enhances and harnesses the emotional aspect in a human personality and directs it towards the higher self. The Sema yoga of wisdom enhances and harnesses the reasoning aspect in a human personality and directs it towards the higher self. The Sema yoga of selfless service enhances and harnesses the movement and action, that is, behavior aspect in a human personality, and thus directs it towards the higher self. And the Sema yoga of meditation enhances and harnesses the willing aspect in a human personality and directs it towards the higher self. The willing aspect of the human personality may be defined as that which involves resolution, determination, resolve, choice, and volition. Once a spiritual aspirant has worked on promoting lucidity in the waking state by controlling the agitating factors which leads to the state of agitation, such as distraction, desire, longing, anger, hatred, greed, lust, etc., it's possible with a mind that is calm, lucid, and strong-willed to practice formal meditation on the innermost self. And when this level of spiritual practice is reached, such a person is considered to be advanced on the spiritual path. Their powers of concentration, fortitude, and inner peace they have gained through intellectual knowledge has allowed them to develop real faith through which they can understand the goal of spirituality and exert the necessary self-effort needed to realize the objective. Thus, I interject by saying where the mind goes, energy flows. I'll yield the floor back if you would like for me to provide a demonstration of the practice, or if
Yes, yes, yes. We're open. We're open. Yes, yes, please. And that's definitely the mind, the electron, the electricity. Where the mind goes, the energy flows. Yes, yes. Give thanks. Yes, give us a demonstration, please.
Okay, very well. So, like to instruct each of us to sit with our back straight. Allowing your abdomen to collapse as you and to expand as you breathe in. And collapse as you exhale. We're going to go through 3 cycles of conscious nostril breathing in order to prepare the mind for the introduction of the glorious light meditation. The words that we'll utter is in a call and response manner. And I will begin slowly with the words. First, I will provide the translation after, and then we'll go into the practice. This will follow our conscious breathing and preparing the alignment of our spirit, mind, body complex. So we'll begin now. Gently closing our eyes. Inhaling through our nostrils, inhale. Exhale. Inhale deeply. Exhale. Again, inhale. Exhale. Normal breathing, in and out. Call and response. Nu ke kao. Nuk ra aku. Nuk bara. Nu ke kao. Again. Nu ke kao. Nuk ra aku. Nuk bara. Nu ke kao. Nu ke kao. Nuk ra aku. Nuk bara. Nu Nukekao. Nukekao. Nukraku. Nukbara. Nukekao. Nukekao. I am the word itself. Nuk Ra-Aku. I am Ra's glorious shining spirit. Nuk Ba-Ra. I am the soul of Ra. Nuk Hekao. I am the God who creates through sound. The practice of chanting the words of power with observing the practice of posture and visualization with our focused attention in the center of the light. Places our attention and our focus on aligning with our immortal self, our true self. Hotep.
Amen. Amen. Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. Nook, pook, nook. Yes, I give thanks. Give thanks. I think next time we'll do also that we'll make sure that I don't know if you have the book. Do you have it digital as well, which you were reading from?
Well, let me mute this one here. I don't, but I'll obtain a copy of the digital so that we can share on.
Yes. So next time we'll allow you to do screen sharing. Okay, Rasaifa. Anyone wanted to ask the Jehut's question? Anyone wanted to ask about the site? Did you place your link in the chat?
Let me go ahead and
Okay.
Go ahead and do that.
Does anyone wanted to ask questions before we go to the next stage? Floor is open for any questions.
This is Joy. So not a question, just more of a comment on how I feel after doing that. I feel open. Yeah, I feel open, like open. That's all I can say. I feel open, my breathing, I feel like I've expanded, if that makes sense. So gratitude for that.
Give thanks.
Yes, sir. Okay, we're going to bring our brethren in, Rasaifa. I'm going to show a quick little clip from the elder so we can line Cypher back into where he's coming. If it don't start, I will. Okay. Didn't. Mary Magdala, even the French.
This is how Brianna got her pre-pregnancy body back without dieting. My husband thinks I'm anorexic. After trying this
for the sun or the heavenly being. That's why Basotho, they will say Morena Emohol, meaning the king. The Xhosas will talk about Kumukane. The Zulus will say Isilo Samabandla. But Isilo Samabandla is the same as Thobela ya Mashako. And that's why African kings and queens were defined as divine or sacred beings. So we are closer to God as African people. And that's why we didn't make pictures of God, because we see God as a spiritual being, as a light being. But we have been given white pictures now. We think we are educated, we are civilized, we are godly, but when actually African people are not worshiping God. They are worshiping Europeans, icons. And then the same Bible, they say don't worship idols, but they've given us idols. In our churches, we have all these idols and so on.
How did and the question is probably, the answer is probably obvious. How did we get captured so strongly by the European beliefs that was clearly, as you said earlier, to capture? It's more designed to capture than to free.
You see, when the Romans got into Egypt, there was a Christianity called Coptic Christianity, or a Gnostic Christianity. And now they felt that that Christianity doesn't serve their purpose, because it says that there's a divine spark in you, which is also called the indwelling spirit, the spiritual man in you. In other words, your body is really a vehicle for something that came from above. So you are divine. But they decided that that is nonsense. They defined it as paganism, and then decided that the real religion is that of believing in Jesus, who they said he died and he would and got resurrected in 3 days. And that guy, Jesus, never even died there. The person who died was an African disciple of his called Simon of Cyrene. And Cyrene or Cyrenaica is Tunisia. So he's an African also who died. But that African, two clever women, they went to the grave, removed the corpse of that Simon of Cyrene, so that the Romans should not come and see that they killed the wrong person and start looking for the right person. And that Jesus fled to Ethiopia with his wife, Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdala, even the French records say she's Mara Magdala and a negress, an Ethiopian negress. So Jesus was a black man, born of a black woman and married to a black woman. And it's not true that he was the mother was impregnated by the Spirit of God. But the thing is that the Romans were a strong army, and they take a decision that all other beliefs are pagan. The only religion is what they are teaching. And they got a soldier called Jerome, who wrote the Vulgar Bible. And that Vulgar Bible was amended or revised more than 1,000 times. But they said it was the word of God. Now, nobody ever had tea with God, lunch with God. When you revise the word of God, what do you put there? Because God is not there. So we have been fed with lies. And unfortunately, the attacks of African people forced us to fly to migrate to West Africa, Southern Africa, Eastern Africa, and all the time, now we were defending ourselves, sometimes even against one another, because it was a struggle for survival. So when these guys used the maps that they got from Egypt, maps which were made by Africans. For instance, we have the oldest map of 150 AD. 150 AD, there was not even anything called Europe. But they used those maps to discover Africa. And then from the 1400, they started now going and so on. When they found us, they were going with their missionaries. And then they used the missionaries to soften us, to teach us, Whilst they are taking the land, they give us the Bible. Whilst when we are busy reading the Bible, they take the land. But now you can imagine that from 1652, when you are educated by a foreigner who tells you that what your grandparents are telling you is not right, and then you internalize that nonsense. At the end, you think that that is the only truth that exists in the world. And that's why our children now, starting with COSAS, they said, no, rewrite history. But now the government is a problem. The Department of Basic Education appointed a committee to rewrite African history. How do they do it? Because the real sources are hidden by the Europeans. They give us books written by the missionaries. And then you have to rewrite African history based on the falsehood created by the missionaries. I was in Cape Town day before yesterday.
Teaching the youth and our next generation the true history is so important. And the spot missed, but I'll try to catch it again where we'll get one. I'll post it in the group. But he spoke about the Memphite and he spoke about the Sabaka stone. And it was our oldest document. Rasaifa, please come in and teach us a little bit more about the Sabaka stone.
Yes, sir. Russ Cypher, he's coming in a minute.
Okay. Well, let me play it a little bit. Let me see if I can find the spot where he speaks about Sabaka stone. That'll give him a minute. Yes.
Right.
Mary Magdala, even the French records say she's Mara Magdala and a negress, an Ethiopian negress. So Jesus was a black man, born of a black woman, and married to a black woman. And it's not true that he was the mother was impregnated by the Spirit of God. They write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and create a woman, which is all nonsense. There was also a philosophy of reincarnation, that there are people who lived in the past who can be born in small children. You find that a child actually is an older person, but is a child. They said, no, that should not be taught because people will not obey us as the imperial power.
King David Studio Podcast.
I have with me here someone I hold very highly, whose knowledge intrigues me, and how he knows so much intrigues me as well. I have a former chief whip of the ANC many years ago, and it's a privilege. What is your African name?
Nekrofo. Matole Nekrofo Mutsecha.
Nekrofo.
Yes.
Wow.
Nekrofo, you'll find that name amongst the first pharaohs. It's written in Greek, Nekrufes.
What?
Yes.
How did you inherit such a big name? Surely somebody must have given.
It's my guardian spirit.
Jeez. Is it a name that's found in your family?
Yes. In all my family, every household will have a child called Kirufo.
Okay.
Kirufo. Like his Kirufo is my son.
Okay.
My elder sister was Kirufo. And my younger sister was also Kerufu.
Yes.
Yeah. So the name runs from the 1700s.
My gosh.
Yeah.
But you say it has a link to, it's written in Greek and all of that.
Yeah, Kerufes.
How does your people connect with this other nation?
We came from a place called Napta. Napta, next to the Nuba Mountains in the Sudan, which was the heartland of ancient Ethiopia. And that's why the people from that area came to be known as Nubians. And those are the people who created ancient Ethiopian civilization. And the ancient Ethiopians or Nubians created the Egyptian civilization.
Got you.
But from that area, other Nubians went to West Africa, others to East Africa, others to the south. And that's why you would find empires like Mongale, Munomuki, Mwanamutapa, Angola, Benin, Zanj on the coast. All these kingdoms were, and the Kantasis of ancient Ethiopians, all these kingdoms actually came out of ancient Ethiopia. And these were the custodians of ancient African civilizations. So the Egyptians are descendants of indigenous Africans who originated at the source of the Nile. But you see, from the time of Abraham, who was a colonialist, you have the people called the Hyksos, who are the forebears of the Jews. And then you have the Libyans of Sheshonq. Then you have the Persians. You have the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs. All these people colonized Egypt. That's why the population of Egypt became so mixed. Today, you won't even recognize that those people are indigenous Africans. And they are called Copts or Coptic people. And people don't even ask themselves the root of the word Copt, because it's Kapta.
Okay. Oh, from where they're from.
Yeah, in Greek, Kapta is Coptis. I was telling you that we originated in Napta. The word Napta, Kapta, and even the word Egypt derives from Ha Kapta, the land of God Ptah. And the name Ethiopia, it comes from Atape. But if you say Tape or Tapa, if you reverse Pa and Ta, then you have Ptah. And there's an Ethiopian pharaoh, Sabaka, who discovered an old document called the Memphite stone. That stone later came to be named after him as Sabaka stone. That stone, today you find it in the British Museum. That is the oldest document which talks about the origins of the world, how everything was created. But that document was published in 716 BC. But what happens is they write the Bible later, ignore that story of creation, and they put the story of Adam, who is physically created by God.
According to the story.
According to their story.
Yeah.
And then from there, that God takes a rib out of this Adam and create a woman, which is all nonsense. But we have been made to believe that story, and all of us, even those of us who are not white or Europeans, we believe we're the children of Adam. But if you go into history, or if you just make calculations based on the Bible, Adam was created in the year 4004 BC. By the year 30,000 BC, Africans had already built pyramids, temples. They've already invented writing. They produced literature. Now, why on earth do we take the later story, foreign story, and make it our story, and then leave our true story that we have, which is documented? Because the Romans don't have a history. They are histories that with Romeo and Juliet, somewhere in the 700 years BC. Now, they got hold of the Jewish story and found that because they wanted to build an empire, they must use the Jewish story to say, no, all of us come from Adam. They want to use that to unify us. And when they got the Christian story, they forced, everybody was forced to be a Christian. But the Christianity that the Romans created is a materialistic Christianity, because it gives you a white woman who has a white boy child, and they say the white woman is the mother of God, the white child is the son of God. And that story was also false, because the mother of Jesus was not a European. She came from the family of Ptolemy, Mary Amun. That's those two names you can't find anywhere in the world except in Africa.
Yeah.
But when the Greeks colonized Egypt, Ptolemy becomes Ptolemy, and Mary Amun becomes Mariam.
Okay.
But you can't find the same name, Mariam, anywhere in the world except in Africa. So Jesus was known as Joshua ben Mary Amun.
Okay.
And Yoshu, that Yeshua in Greek is Jesus. Mary Amun is Mariam. So Jesus was called
the son of
Yeshua ben Mariam. And that's why in Ethiopia now you find a church called the Church of Mariam of Zion. But the other thing that people don't realize is that actually what is called, St. Augustine says that which is called Christianity never has not existed. It has existed before the beginning, from the beginning of time. Now ask yourself, where did it exist? That Christianity comes from Africa. And the name Christ is a distortion of the word harakte, which is also spelled XP acte. In Greek, XP acte is XP ichtoch and is pronounced Christos. So there is no evidence of a word Christ existing anywhere except in Africa. And actually, you see the pyramids of ancient Ethiopia and Egypt. You also have the sphinxes. Those sphinxes are the oldest statue of the Christ, who was also called Uzara, the son of the sun. In Greek is Osiris. So that's why there was a fight over Christianity, because Jesus was not Christ. He was a prophet of the African Christ, and he was appointed by the Great Kara Solar Brotherhood to propagate a popular version of Christianity for the masses. But that's why we distinguish between esoteric Christianity, which is kind of a secret doctrine, and exoteric Christianity. So Jesus was teaching the popular one, because the problem there was that people were rough, they were aggressive,
unruly.
Yeah. So Jesus had to teach something to tame the people. So he was sent. He was not sent by God. He was sent by the Great Solar Society, which actually is a secret organization that came from the source of the Nile. And this Great Solar Society was called were called the servants of the sun, Shamshu Hara, and in Greek Shamshu Hor, and then also called Horus Kings. That's why the eagle.
Shamshur, Horus Kings, Star King lineage. It's a real science. Our story has been faded away, but the Star King knowledge is returning. Cipher, I hope you were able to catch that extension of the video and bring us on in to the star science.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Earlier. Yes, family. Oh, well. I was just looking for the right. Yes, I did hear that. Okay. Let me just jump into that. All right. Well, as he spoke about the thing, the Shabaka stone, and saying that is the earliest, creation story. This is before the Bible and everything. Well, I've got it here. This is it here. Shall I share it? Would you like me to share it and show the item?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, give us the demonstration. Give thanks.
Yeah, okay. I need to get a share. Hold on. Right, let me just get share. Okay. So I just woke up, so I'm kind of. Okay, can you see that, family? Am I sharing? You seeing the
Yes.
screen?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, this is the Shabaka creation story. Geb, Lord of the gods, commanded that the 9 gods gather to him. This is the earliest creation story. This is from the back of the Shabaka stone. Do you want me to just show you, give you a quick recap on the Shabaka stone where that is? Yeah. Let me just show you. Sorry about this, family. I lost the days. I thought it was tomorrow. I just kind of woke up. Right, yes. Okay, this is the front of the Shabaka stone. If you remember when I showed it to the idem before. Now this place here, if you see where on the left of this picture, hold on the left of the picture now, this is the you see, can you see my cursor on the screen? Look, see, I've got it here. This is this coming through here, through the center line. This is the horizon, but this is actually from the Shabaka stone. And this is year 0 on the left-hand side, which would be the west of the picture, north, south, east, west. The west is the 0. Okay? Because this is what Ptah and the creation story is all about. Everything is going over. You see there's 3 lines here in the middle of the Shabaka stone. Well, this is the horizon, but you hear when they talk about the double sphinx and the double horizon and everything in Kemet. Well, this is the double horizon. Now, the top line, you see there's the top line going through there. That is what gives you the measurements to the bottom part of the picture. And this is south, like south is the wall of Ptah is the wall of the south. So this is the south below. But the line where you measure the south from is above the center line. You see there's 3 lines there, right? So that one above, which is upper, is measuring the below. This down here. This is the south. And then the one that is below, which is the 3rd line, which is the lowest line in the south, measures the north. It measures up into the northern region. So this is where you get upper
and Lower Egypt, because it doesn't make sense, right? You would think, well, upper would be the north because it's up, and south would be lower, but it's not. It's the other way because it's the reflection of the heavens. It's reflecting the heavens. So because where the non-fixed circumpolar stars, the stars that never set, they continually go around and around the northern polar region. You know, the Big Dipper, the Big Dipper, the Little Dipper. These are the non-setting stars. They never set. They're always up. They're always running around the pole of the Earth in the northern region. So when it's mirrored on Earth, that's actually mirrored to the south. So this here in the middle of here, as I told the item before, is the temple of Hathor. This what is in the middle of here, this square in the middle. This is the temple of Hathor. This is actually I'll show the item different, but that's like there's a cardinal. That means the north, south, east, and west. You know, the cardinal points of the earth. There's a cardinal measurement on here. And there's also a magnetic measurement. The magnetic measurement, the magnetic measurement doesn't stand still, but and so you're able to measure the magnetic field of the earth by taking the cardinals at any given time, taking the cardinals and seeing what the measurement is. You know, that's the cardinals would be like 360 degrees at 360 degrees at the top. 108, which is 0, right? It's 0 at the top, 90 to the 3 o'clock, 180 to 6 o'clock, and 270 to 9 o'clock on the clock face. So this is what it is, because it's the keeping of time. So that's the that's not the picture of the. Here's the picture. Right. So that's the front of the Shabaka stone. What I've just shown you there is the geometric presentation made from measuring this Shabaka stone, what the brother was just talking about. Now, so this is the back of it, and this is the story now of the creation in hieroglyphics. This is how it looks, and also there is the mathematical geometric story. So where the brother said that the story of Adam and Eve and the ribs is not true, well, it isn't true in the story, but the allegory is here, because this is 11. There's 11 on the front stone here. There's 11 ribs. Let's call these ribs, because that's what they are. And then on the back here, there's 10. So why would there be 11 here and 10 here? Because what this is showing you how to make the 12 ribbed zodiac. Because what they've done, they take 11. Where's that picture gone? They take 11 of the, I don't know where the picture's gone. Oh, right, yeah. They take 11, these 11 ribs, they take one of these ribs away and give it to the 12. So if this is Adam, they take one of Adam's ribs away. So here's now Adam with his rib missing. This is the 10. And it's given to the 12 sphere zodiac, which I probably don't need to show that to the item, but it's well, this is it here. Just saw it there somewhere here. I'm sorry about this. I wasn't prepared for this at all, but I could just ad lib it. It's not a problem. Right. So the 11 rib zodiac, as we saw, that which is the front of the Shabaka stone, they took a rib away from the 11 rib to leave 10, and then to give us this 12 ribbed paradigm. So this is now the one of Eve, you see? This is now the one of Eve. Eve has got the ribs. Adam gave the rib to Eve. The 10, the 11 took away the rib and made the 10, and then gave us the 12, which is Eve, which then gave us, don't forget that story, as I just said, was on the back there. So this is the story, but it's still all related to, this story is all related to the zodiac. See now, so this is the story of Geb. Now, Geb is of, I'll just show you this. Geb is of this Enid, right? You see, this is the Egyptian Enid. Now, you see, it's starting with Ra, Shu, Tef, Nut. Now, this is Shu, Tef, Nut, then Geb and Nut. Now, so these obviously, these are Shu and Tef, Nut. Shu is the air. Tef is a seed, represents Shu. Tef was a goddess, you know, in ancient Kemet. And she represents life and the seed of life. Where the Tef, as we know, is what they use to make injera in Ethiopia. So, because it is the finest and most nutritious grain in the world. And then they give birth to Geb. Here's Geb, look, and Nut. Well, you see, so this obviously, Nut represents the water, you see. Tef is the seed, Nut is the water, Shu is the air. If you put these things together, Shu, the air, the seed, the Tef seed, and the water, which is what you do in Ethiopia, you put it in the water for 3 days and let it soak, and it ferments, and it makes injera, which is the bread of life. And then there's Geb. Now look on the head of Geb, which is the what? This is the spirit. Now this Geb, you see now in here is Horus, right? But there's two Horuses. There's elder Horus and there's the younger Horus. So where's the elder Horus? Which one is which? Which is this about? How do we know? Well, how do we know? Is this, you see this symbol on his head? This is the falcon. This is the spirit. This represents the spirit. So this Geb, actually, they call him the earth god. So he's the one who is, this actually is the first Horus here. Geb is the first Horus. This is my, you know, as I've studied this thing, this is my interpretation. Why would I say he's the first Horus? Because this spirit, you see, this spirit, the idea of the spirit when they say, you know, Noah found the dove and the dove represents the Holy Spirit of when Christ was born. You'll see they always put the white dove on his head. This is the symbolism of this bird. Now, don't forget, in Africa, this symbol is the eagle, right? The Oba kingships of Benin, their symbol, because they were the most powerful kings in the continent in their time. You know, that's why they always created their heads and everything, because it's their intelligence that they're dealing with. So this is the first depiction of the Holy Spirit. So if we can see this, so if we come back to the zodiac, because I can, this story here, which is the story of creation, I can explain in the zodiac, but it's quite technical. But if you know, if we can get our heads around understanding how this thing works, because this zodiac clock. Oh, Russ, I'm sorry, I haven't got. Oh, right, here it is. Right, this zodiac clock is the holder of all this creation story. So if I had been prepared, I would have had the pictures all together. I would have pulled the pictures out, and so I could bring them side by side, but I can't do it now because I'm not, I haven't got the ability right now. But I can just try and explain it. So this now is the house of Ptah, which is Cancer. And you see it's June the 22nd and June the 23rd. Well, what happens here? This is the summer solstice. This is beginning on the summer solstice. And look where it begins here. It's 20, this other one here, which is in the house of Atum, which is, as we saw on the picture of the 9 gods. Atum is here. This is Atum. So when we saw that picture of the 9 gods, where was Ptah? Because Ptah is the creator, right? He's the actual originator creator. So he wasn't on that picture of the 9 in Eve. So he's the hidden one, right? He's hidden. But where is he? Where was he hidden? He's hidden in the spirit of the bird on the head of Geb, right? That's where he manifests, because this is God coming to earth. So this is the horizon from west to east, north, south, east, west. But this now is a African depiction of the zodiac. I've created this. This is because everything, if you look at the Western zodiac, if anybody would be aware, everything is up the other way. It's 180 degrees split tipped. So where Virgo is Pisces. Where Libra is Pisces. Where Virgo is Aries. It's flipped over, but I've flipped it the other way because this is a processional. This is a procession. The procession is the procession of the equinoxes. The precession of the equinoxes gives us measure of time across the horizon, west to east. So where we talked about the Injera is the creation here, look, right? Shu Tefnut. So because what you have to understand how this thing works is everything is mirrored, as I said to you. When I showed you the diagram of the double horizon, which is why they in Babylon they was the Babylonian, or not the Babylonian, the scholars from the 18th and 19th century, or the 19th and 20th century, when they started excavating Kemet. They were looking for 2 sphinxes. They were looking for 2 sphinxes because they talk about the double sphinx. Well, the double sphinx is that double line what I showed the eye there, coming in the original image, going across the picture of the Shabaka stone. It's a double horizon. So this is only like a singular. This is like a singular depiction here. It doesn't really tell you much, but as you can see, the more detailed things come from the Shabaka stone, it can explain all of this. So this is the summer solstice up here, and this is the winter solstice up here, what they call the winter solstice. But I never called it summer and winter because in Africa, the summer solstice and the winter solstice is of the northern hemisphere. But in Africa, the solstice in Africa below the horizon, the solstice below the horizon is the upper. So as I say, so there's the upper and there's the lower. So this is actually giving birth at the December solstice. Now, what's the significance of the solstice? The significance of the solstice is where the sun and the summer solstice in June gives you the longest day that's the longest day of the year. So if we were to now imagine these not these scales, but these scales here, this Libra scales, which is Ha Martu, right? Marthu, do you remember the name of the sister of Christ when Christ was crucified? The sister who was there with Mary, right? This is Martha, the sister of the Mary, mother of the Mary, the sister of Marthu, and the sister of Marthu was the one who Lazarus was rose from the dead. You know, the sister Martha, she was to do with the rising of the dead of Lazarus in the scripture. Well, this is this one. But you see, but it's the scales, it's the Libra, right? Hamatu. So this is the balance. So this now is represented in this north to south pole, really, right? Because it's sharing it with Virgo. Don't forget, Virgo is when in September. What's happening in September? This is the finding of the true cross in Ethiopia. September, it's 23rd here, when it 23rd, 24th, but the 27th is the riding of the true cross. So it's here, it's happening, right? This is the balance. So now, so this is the middle pole of the scales, and this is the one balance of the scales, the right hand side. This is the balance of the scales, the left hand side. So when this reckoning is begun, is actually reckoning in this time between November and December. So what happens in December? On the 21st of December, the sun comes to its lowest declination in the sky. It's the end of its path, you know, because it's gone down. The sun has gone down to the end of its path, and it's gone down to the end of its path, and they say that it stands still for 3 days, and then this is the story of Christ going in the earth for 3 days. It stands still for 3 days because this is going in the evening of the 21st, and then it stands still. You know, the sun sets on the 21st, it stands still. Then it's in there for the 23rd, 22nd, 24th. And then on the 25th, which is the third day after it stood still, because it's come in now, it's the 22nd, 23rd. See this, because don't forget, this 21st is the end of the sun on the 21st, and on the 22nd is the in Ethiopian reckoning, they have the Eve, like the Jewish reckoning. They have the day of the day starts on the eve and ends in the eve. So that's why this is where you have to understand. Like, there's actually 2 days of an Ethiopian calendar. It straddles over 2 days, so it stands still here for 3 days, and rises again on the 25th to make its journey back to the summer solstice, which is the 21st and 22nd of June. You see, so this is it. But this is an equinoctial calendar. That means it's being counted backwards, because what it is, the backdrop of these star constellations to a fixed point. If we was to make this fixed point and observe this fixed point every year and every day, after 2,160 years, if we're always just watching this northern point here, this will regress. So what is now Libra and Virgo, there would actually Scorpio would come up here, Isis Sera. Oh yeah, Isis Sera. Don't we see Isis? Isn't she a major goddess in Kemet? Of course. Right, the temple of Isis. Well, that's also the temple of Hathor. They only give them the different names in the different times, in the different periods. But this Isis here is a later, because she's now given with Osiris, which is here. He is. Look, you see, they're opposite each other in the zodiac. You see, because these work opposites. There's a cross. You see, oh, look here, Leo and Aquarius. You see this cross coming across, Leo and Aquarius with coming across the diagonal, and then there's the diagonal across here. So this is how this works. So this cross is actually measured on a forward motion. This cross, north, south, east, west, which is the static cross, that is measured on a static motion. This is a forward motion, and this is from these static motions, it measures anti-clockwise. So over here, so you might say, well, if this is an anti-clockwise measurement, the dates, if you look at the earthly dates, the terrestrial dates, they're going on. You see, look, it goes on down, it's going right. You see, it's moving clockwise. 21st of December, 22nd of December. So now this is where it's beginning, right? Because it's now, even though this is the equinoctial measurements, this is mirrored. So if we're going to look at this, this is the celestial measurements are going backwards, but the forward terrestrial movements of the Earth calendar are going forward. You see? So you have to be able to split this thing in two in your mind and realize how it works. So the reason it stands still for 3 days here at Christmas, as we know, that gives us, this is where the story of Christ being born comes from, after he's been he's born on the 25th of December, according to this, according to the legend, right? But what it is, the sun comes to its end here, and then it starts to rise on the 25th to come back to here. Well, the sun stands still here for 3 days. But they also say when it gets to June the 22nd, when it reaches the solstice on the 22nd, it stands still for 7 days. Have you ever heard of any of that? Has anybody ever heard of that the sun stands still for 7 days? Or is anybody ever aware of the sun standing still in the Bible? Anybody know any stories in the Bible of the sun standing still in the time of Joshua? It stood still for 10 days. Well, why did it stand still for 10 days? Because these 7 days here where it stands still, and these 3 days here where it stands still gives us 10 days. Well, what's the difference? Why does it stand still? Because I'm going to come back to here. I'm going to come back to, because it stands still because you've got solar measurements and you've got lunar measurements. You've got solar measurements and lunar measurements. Because what we have in the Shabaka stone is an eclipse of the sun. So we've got the sun and the moon together in this picture. So when this here is a total eclipse of the sun, this is what this is depicting, but the reason is because these lines only look like it's a rib and it's a rib, but each rib has got 2 sides, as we can see with the diagram. As we can see with this diagram here now, because this is what I've taken from that picture, and I've put the ribs, I've put the measurements of the lines on each side. Now, one of them is lunar and one of them is solar, right? Now the top one, which measures the south, is solar. The bottom one here, the third line here, is lunar, right? So that's what it is. So that's where you get the difference. That's the difference of the 10 days in the calendar. The 10 days difference in the calendar. And I think in the book of Jubilees, wish I could have brought that up for you. In the book of Jubilees, chapter 6, it would tell you that in the book of Jubilees, chapter 6, it would tell you that Israel, the iniquity of Israel is not knowing this information, because using the lunar calendar, which is what Babylon is predicated on right now, they lose 10 days every year. And this is why when Julius Caesar changed the calendar in 46 BC, it's because the calendars had come out of sync to the seasons. You see, because you've got the 4 seasons in the northern hemisphere. You've got the 4 seasons. You haven't got the 4 seasons in the African southern hemisphere, by the way. It's only in the northern hemisphere you've got 4 seasons. But the 4 seasons are, what they say is that they will lose time. They will lose track of time. And this is why the Bible is all predicated on a certain cycle. It's called the Metonic cycle. And the Metonic cycle is the amount of months. This is how they've calculated it. The amount of months, 735 months it is, there are in 19 years. Right? Because there's a cycle, there's a 19-year cycle. Well, all of those cycles are, everything what we're talking about is in this science of the Shabaka stone. And the cycles, let me get you some mathematics. I don't know, I won't go too deep, but I just want to say that the cycles, I wish I was prepared. I'm sorry I'm not prepared, family, but I'm jumping about, but everything is here. Like it's just okay. Let me make this bigger. You see, everything is so as I say, the Metonic cycle is predicated on a 19 years. It's a moon cycle. It's 19 years. Well, it's called Henny. In ancient Kemet, they called it the Henny cycle, like the Henok, Henny. In the African, like in the African kings in West Africa, they say that a Henfie, like the house of like the Fanti people of Ghana, their house is called a Henfie, a hen. You see, and we've got a Henok. And we've got this Henny cycle, right? I'm just sorry, it moved, so I've lost it again. I didn't know what page it was on. So we've got the Henny cycle. It's to do with this 19 years. And I was just showing the idea that it's in this, it's in this Shabaka stone. Where's it gone? I'm sorry about it. It's in this Shabaka stone. Oh. Not before here, is it? Is it? I'm sorry. Yeah. So the point is I'm losing my track trying to find the things. Anyway, there's that 19-year cycle that is based on. So all of the reckonings of whether it's Hebrew, what they call Hebrew, whether it's Hindu, whether it's Islam, what else you got? Hindu, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. Whatever they are, they're all based on this science. The Hindu, because the Hindu is based on the number 108. And all of those numbers, that's a scientific number that comes out of there. And it's all based on different interpretations of what they call the Metonic cycle. Now, the Metonic cycle, as I say, is 735 months and mash. And this is how they work out when they're going to have their festivals, whether you're going to have Eid and all of the different Muslim festivals and the Christian festivals and everything. It's all worked out on the interpretation of this how they break down this 19-year cycle. So, and the point I was making in the book of Jubilees, it says over this 10 days difference is they're with them losing the track of time. That is what is the iniquity of Israel. I haven't got it to show you. If I'd been prepared, if I had known that I was going to do this, I would have been prepared and showed it to you. But so this is basically what this is all about. So let's go back now to the creation story, or go back to the creation story of right. Hang on, let's just go back to this. This picture here, this diagram here, actually, this is the most intricate diagram of the Shabaka stone, the back view of the back of stone, because this is, you can see when you see a total eclipse of the sun, you always see that little band around the sun, you know, the sun and the moon when it's an eclipse. Or this is actually the depiction of it. You can see the two different cycles here. You see that you see it looks like it could be an error in a drawing, right? But it's not. This is actually what the Shabaka stone is giving you, because one is measured. There's the temple in the middle of the Shabaka stone, as I showed it to the item. One is measured, one point of the compass before you make this circle is made from the upper solstice, and the other temple and the other is made from the lower. So, you know, from the lower line, the two cycles in the middle of that picture, what we saw of the Shabaka stone, the one where you saw the lines, where I dissected it and put the lines on the ribs coming through the center. But you see here, this is where you got 1 2 1 1 2 1 1 2 1. Right, these are solar measurements, right? Because this is the 363, the number of the Sphinx. I don't know if the item remember when I gave the presentation the other time, when I was showing you how we gave the scepter when I brought it down from heaven, and I gave the scepter to Menelik I, you know, because he fits perfectly into the science. There's no other, there's no other perfection other than the line coming down into Menelik I through this science. So it was the 363, the number of the Sphinx. We gave it to, which is the scepter. We gave it to Menelik I by bringing down these numbers through here. But this here is the depiction of it. So you've got the 363, 1 2 1 1 2 1 1 2 1. 363. That is the solar measurements. And then we've got the 4 quarters, 90, 0, 180, 270. These are the cardinal measurements. This is the lunar measurements, right? But when they are giving us the lunar measurements in the zodiac, they are giving you will see the sign of the Pisces, you know, the Piscean, you know, what they use for the symbol of Christ, you know, with the two arcs of the circle arc together, and it gives us that symbol of the fish. Well, that is not this symbol. This is a elliptic. This is the elliptic measurement. This is the scientific elliptic measurement. But the across here will give us the ecliptic measurement. So this affects what we have here on the modern zodiac is actually happening across the horizon, northeast. So you get if you brought these two circles, if we pulled these two circles apart, right, and move one right and one left in the middle of it, and we bring them to their close to, you know, we bring them side by side and then just bring them in to join into each other, you would get the sign of the Piscean sign being made, right? You get the Piscean sign being made. It would be like here, you see? You would have the Piscean sign here. But this is both of them. So this now, with the story of the Shabaka stone, it can all be explained. The different measurements can all be explained in the zodiac, which we'll go back to in a minute. But this is the same zodiac here. right? This is only just the scientific version of it, but you know, this is Pisces, look, Horus, Pisces. We've still got the names in there. Look, Horus, Pisces, Aries, Amen, Osiris, Taurus, Horus, Gemini, right? So this story, but this is all with the measurements. Now you can see in here, I've got the heliacal rising of Sirius measurements. This is what this is about, actually. This is why I've made this like this. So these are the ages. Now, these are the cusps of the ages. Now, they say when Christ comes, he will be born on a cusp of the age, right? So these are the cusps. So we're able to get these dating. Where do we get these dating from? We get the dating from the Ethiopian Kings list. And the most important measurement on the Ethiopian Kings list is this one, 2455 BC. This is the King Amen. When we say Amen in our prayers, there is no King Amen before this. There is no Amen before this time here, right? And this is the house of Amen. This is the house of the shepherd. This is the house of David here, because it's all the shepherd imagery. This here is the sign of Osiris. The sign of Osiris, which is, what's the other name? Taurus, is the bull. So here is all where we see the bull imagery. So when we're talking about the Bible now, you'll see that in the time of the Amen, something happened where at 1320, look here, 1320, this is where we're hearing all the stories about Moses and the people coming out of Israel and leaving out and going to Israel and all of those things there. But it is all predicated on this science. Like whether, you know, the stories have to be measured against this mathematics, because, for instance, the brother in that video just said, he said that Abraham, he came around the time of, he mentioned the Hyksos and Abraham. Well, I actually think Abraham may be the leader of the Hyksos, possibly. I think he may have been, just through the dating, because he would have been in this house of Amenheres, because he's 1770 BC. You know, I've got him accurately defined in this dating through this science here. So anyway, so each of these, from one cusp to the other cusp, is 2,166 years. Now, in Babylon reckoning, we know that they are, anybody who's any familiar with, you know, just generally talking about the ages, they'll say that an age takes 2,160 years. Right? Well, if it's this is actually predicated on 2,166 years, because what I've got in here is the hidden one. You see, in these dates, you'll find the hidden one, because they're saying 2,160, right? Well, 2,160 times 2,160 times 12, I think gives you 25,984, I think. Roughly. I'm just ad-libbing now, right, family? But you'll find that what I'm talking though is correct. That's 25,984. 2,000, 25,984 of 2,160 times 12, right? Well, that means then that's only 2,160, but just quite simply, the hidden one is 12 times 6, because 12 times 6 is 72, and it takes 72 years to move 1 degree of this cycle, right? And how that works out, it takes 26,000 years to do the whole cycle. So if we divide that 26,000 years by 360, it gives us 72.2. So what we actually have is the hidden 72 in here, you see? Am I talking too deep, family, or we got it? Can anybody give me a response?
Yes, sir.
Family?
Yeah, man, going good.
Am I being heard?
Yeah, can you hear me? You being heard?
I can't hear anything. I can't hear anybody.
Can anybody hear
Am I
me?
being heard, family? Hello?
I can hear you, Rasifa. Cypher.
I can't hear anybody. Hold on. Is there any response?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, family. Yeah, yeah. Just because, I don't want to keep talking and you can't hear me. Yes. Sorry about, yeah. So the point is that the 72 years, which is hidden, right? Because this is giving you a hidden 72 years, because as I say, in the Babylon reckon it's 2,160. Well, all that is predicated on the Metonic cycle and how they decide they're going to break up that Metonic cycle. And there are different methods of doing it. Different religions have got different methods of doing that calculation of that 19.1 years, the Henny cycle, right? The Henny, Henoch, as I say, in the African royal houses, it's called, like the one like is a Henfier, that is of the Fanti people. It's called a Henfier, which is called the Great White House, and in the Ashanti people they call it the Asante Henny. You see again the Henny, Asante Henny. You see in this Henny cycle, because it's to do with the Great Mother. The Great Mother is the lunar and so that is what is given, the lunar cycle. So all the measurements that we're seeing to this 12-month zodiac is the lunar cycle. But how the solar cycle interacts with it is the knowledge. And this is whatever we're doing, in our revolutionary struggle, we have to know about this science, because otherwise we are only working on the Babylon system. Now, the Babylon system doesn't work with a balance. This is why you keep having this is why we have economic problems of balancing the economies, and then and why they have to put this quantitative easing, which is printing money to make they have to print money to, this is what America does. It's called quantitative easing to finance their empire. But this is what we need to know as Africans, is that there are two different measurements. The Babylon measurement, this is it on the right-hand side. This is the Sothic cycles, right? These are the Sothic cycles. You see this one, a Sirius heliacal rising. You see in each one, this is what I've marked out here, the heliacal risings of Sirius, right? And when they occurred within this zodiac, because it happens 18 times. There are 18 heliacal risings in, as you see here, look, there's 18 heliacal risings within that 26,000 year cycle. Sorry, family, it just jumped. And this is why you see how they go on about the 18th dynasty being so important in Kemet, the 18th dynasty. Everything seems to be happening in the 18th dynasty. And I've lost it, family. It just jumped, so I lost it. Hmm. Sorry, it just jumped, so I lost the place where I was showing you. Um, lost them. I've lost the place, family. I'm sorry. Right, it's above here. But what it is all predicated on, family, is this heliacal rising of Sirius. The whole of the Babylon system is predicated on the heliacal risings of Sirius, because the whole dating system of Babylon is predicated on 139 AD from the Roman record, where they know in 139 AD there was a heliacal rising of Sirius. It happened on the 21st of July, 139 AD. And how they know that it was the heliacal rising of Sirius, because the sun, as we always talk about, the finding of the true cross, the sun, the Sirius star touched into the path, ecliptic path of the sun. I can't believe I can't say this. It went into the ecliptic path of the sun on the 21st of July, 139 AD, and then the River Nile flooded. And this is when they begin, this is when, at that time, they started that's when they measured the beginning of the year. That is in the 139 AD, that in Egypt, that is when they celebrated the beginning of the year, 139 AD, 21st of July. Because they say between the 21st and the 25th of July, those 5 days is which is linked to Pagamy, the 5 months of the 5 days of the Ethiopian calendar. That is when between those 5 days, it will drop within those 5 days, the heliacal rising of Sirius will happen, and the River Nile will flood its banks, and that is the gift of life, the mother giving birth, etc., etc. So that is what the whole of the Western world is predicated on. And I love the idea to take note of this, when just where it was, is that Babylon system, here it is, right, okay, right, sorry about that. Babylon system is predicated on 139 AD, and then they measured back to 1460 years to 1320 BC, right? Because what they do, and then they've obviously, then you take these increments of 1461, which all of these are increments of 1461, and you're able to like demarcate the heliacal risings of Sirius, as we did on the picture, but it's gone now. I don't know where that's gone. Right, as we did on the picture. If I could show you it with the picture, it's very helpful, but I would have had them together if I was prepared. If I had known you wanted me to do this, I would have put it together. So, but the point is, this is the point I want to make about the Babylon system and the calendar and the economic system, because the economic system is predicated on this, right? So we know that one happened in 1320, then 2781, then 4241. But what I've done here, I've always added the 1 year. So then when we look at the pattern, there's 2182, 4202, 62, 2282, 5202, look, 02, okay, it keeps coming back. 22, it keeps coming back, right? 82, it keeps coming back. So if you was trying to fine tune something like an economic set of scales, you can't actually, like, this is block numbers. What we're talking about here is block numbers. What we've got is binary blocks. So these blocks, as you can see, they keep repeating, right? Whether this is micro or macro, this is still happening. If we're going into earth time, or if we're going into heavenly time, micro is earth time, macro is heavenly time. Whether it's micro or macro, these blocks don't give you the ability to fine tune the balance scales, because without the magnetic field of the sun, which is this side, which is the male, which is relevant to the male Sirius star, which is Sirius B. This is Sirius A. This is Sirius B. If we don't have the knowledge of Sirius B, we're not able to fine tune the balance scales. Now, if we see now, both of them though are starting at 1320 and 1321, right? 1320 to 21. Why is it 20 to 21? Because in the Babylon reckoning, Russ family, we've got the Ethiopian year starts in September. The Babylon year starts in January. So that demarcation of the year, which is between January and between December and January, will give you the difference in the years. That's why in the Ethiopian calendar, you know, it begins at 8 years difference to the Babylon calendar, and then after January, there's 7 years difference to the Babylon calendar. So, so this measurement here is the Sirius star measurement, but this star measurement, now this is the measurement taken in March. You know, the March is the spring equinox of the northern hemisphere, right? They call it the vernal equinox. You know, between on March the 21st, 22nd, right? That begins in the northern hemisphere, Babylon reckoning. And the whole world is predicated on Babylon reckoning. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you're still working on their system. So we need to be able to work on a different system, or work a lot, which His Majesty was able to do, work alongside with their system, but using these measurements, because you see, this is 2781, but here, each one of these is 1460 years. Well, in the Sirius star reckoning family, it's still the same. But what we've got in this, because this is celestial measurements, this is all celestial, right? This is all what's happening in the heavens, in the zodiac. But in the celestial measurements, what we've got here is the pagami, which is called quagme. It's not pagami. You know, pagami in the 5 days in the calendar, 5 or 6 days in the calendar, it's called pagami. The month Pagami or Nasi. I remember me mentioning it last time when we brought up the word Nasi. And Nasi is when they say is the time when they expect the second coming of Christ. The little month Nasi or Pagami. They call it Pagami, the Greeks, but the Africans call it Nasi. Nasi is the gods, right? Nasi is the name for the Neter, the Nasi, the ones. And on those 5 days, the Pagami is when the 5 gods, which is Osiris and Isis, Nephthys and Seth and Horus, those are the 5 gods of the Kemetian calendar. It's the days of the gods. It's the days of power. It happens in the Ethiopian calendar between the 6th and the 11th of September. Right, Pagami, the little month, the 13th month, right? Well, as above, so below. So if they're doing that 5 or 6 days in the Pagami, this is called Quagme, Quagme, Quagme. It's an Ethiopian name, Quagme. And we've got the 5 or 6 days in celestial. You see, I've done it here. So there we get the dates. What we're actually adding here is 1454 years, not 1460. It begins at, because it all begins at this 1320. It all begins at 1320. Let me just bring, I must bring you back to the zodiac, because I don't know if it moved. I don't know if that page just moved. I'm just together. I don't know where that moved. I don't know if there's something happening on the computer that moved. I can't see because they were together. Those oh, I think the page moved. You know, I think I touched something and the page moved. Actually, out of sync in its position. I think. I can't see it. So I'm going to have to just try and talk to you. If I can show it to you with the calendar, with the zodiac, the actual numbers on the not this one. If I can show you with the coloured zodiac, it's much more understandable. I think I've lost that page somehow. Let me just bring it up. I can bring it up. I'm sorry about this, family. I lost the page, so I don't know what happened. But I can show you easier with this. So the heliacal risings, the 1464, we've actually got 1454 years plus the Pagami, right? Let me right. We have 1464 years. I can bring that up when I need it now. We've got the 1461 years plus the Pagami. Let me get back to the chart. Sorry, family. Page behind you. It's in the 60s. Okay, yeah. Right. So we're talking about the 18th dynasty. The importance of the 18th dynasty is around 1315, 1321, because this is 1321. It all starts at 1321. Why that is so important is because this is this heliacal rising after the 139, what they know, right? So they knew that happened, what I explained to you in July the 21st, 139 AD from the Roman record. Then they were able to take this number here to 1320 BC, 1321 BC, right? So what we've done here now is we've brought this same Pagami science, the small month, we've brought it to the celestial. And I want to say as well, family, that I must say this, that this book here is copyrighted to my Ras Cypher Selassie, and this information, what I'm giving here, as I'm telling it now, this is information that I've made, and this information is not to be shared or copied or used until I have published this book. But I'm making it clear this information is exclusive and copyright information. Now, this so what we have here is the 18 heliacal risings within 26,000 years. So we've got them all dated. So this is 1554. This is 1454 years, not 1460 years. Or even though the 1460 years is being used, but it's being used in the Pagome science or the Quagme science, the African science of the Quagme, which is the celestial as above, so below of Pagome, the small month. So if we then measure the 1554 increment, this in 1454 year increments, and we add up the 1454 years within the 18 occurrences in 26,000 years, look what we get. 26,033. Now, if you remember when we were doing the science of the wheel, the 26,033 is the mathematics coming out of the Shabaka stone, because 26,033 minus 1313 give us 24,726, which gives us the 8, which gives us the powers of, this is the hidden, this is the power of the, when you see the image of the snake, the image of the snake, the three-headed, the snake with the triple crown of the epidemic from Kemet, from Kurdma, which is now in Sudan, which was ancient Ethiopia. This is the story of the snakes. This is the snake, because you've got Seshat, you know, in the temples of Angkor Wat in Nepal. You see the 7 Seshat, who is she's the queen of the 7 snakes, the 7 powers, the seven. She's it, and this is all coming out of this science, because the 7, as we broke it down, if you can remember, we took away from the sidereal and the solar measurements from Imhotep's Saqqara complex, which actually houses 11 pyramids, like Lalibela has 11 churches. That number of that compound that Imhotep made had 4,363 panels. It was a 463 panel. This is Imhotep's information. He built that wall of the sidereal and solar movements. The sidereal and the solar movement, the sidereal movements are the movements of the stars. The solar movements, well, it speaks for itself, right? So this is what Imhotep's temple is. This is what Imhotep's temple is Saqqara complex. The wall around the Saqqara complex, which Imhotep built, is defining this science. The 4,363 panels which he put in there. Which, if we take that so we've got the 26,033 here. We take away 1,313. If you remember when I did that mathematics, I showed you that 1,313 is the number. You see it's close to 30. Look, see this 1315? But the science, as I showed you, bringing it from 2633, we took away 1313. And then I showed you that we had to add 7 to that 1313 for the number of beginnings. Because each measurement, when you start a measurement, you have to put +1 in it, because like when you're born, you're not 1 until you've been on the earth a year, right? It's the same science what we're dealing with, because we are related to this same science. So we're not 1 until we're 1 years old. We don't count 1 until we're 1. So the science of the 1313, there are 7. So let me just break it down for you quickly. So there's 26,000 and there's 26,033. Now, don't forget Christ when he's born, and the story of Christ. What does it last? 33 years, right? Because it's 30 years of his life and 30 years of his and 3 years of his ministry or whatever. So we take from there 1313. That gives us 24,726. If we take from that 24,726, the 4363, which is the number of panels in Imhotep's complex, it gives us 21,630. 21,630 divided by 7 gives us 3,090. It's a cycle. This is the cycle they're missing, right? This is the cycle that Babylon doesn't know about, I'm telling you, right? But they've found some significance in the in the Egyptian record. Why? Because they say that Neem, or the one they call Menes or Nama, they found the Nama palette. Something special happened in 3000, they say between 3100 and 3200 BC, but they're more inclined to 3100 that this happened, right? Something happened there, and they call it the first dynasty of Egypt. Well, we know that isn't the first dynasty of Egypt. There was kings before Nama, right? Because Nama is only 3000 BC. The Ethiopian king list goes back to 4470 BC, right? So we know that can't be the first dynasty. But something special about that is there. Well, it's 3090, right? Because that 3090 is that value which is coming out of the 21,630, right? So this is the science family. This is it. So these numbers here, if we add them up using the Ethiopia method of calculating time, even the Ethiopians that haven't got this family, I tell you, even the Ethiopians don't have this in their church records, right? Because they are only going back to 2700 BC, a brother called Abashakur. And Abashakur was in the 13th century when they rewrote the Kebra Nagast, right? And his measurement, in that time, and that was the time of Tekla Imanot, also when they re-established the Solomonic Church, right? Not the Solomonic Church, well, it was the Solomonic Church, but the Solomonic power, right? Is in that same period, 1300, around 1300 AD. But 1300 AD? Well, can we see anything? Can we see any correlation between 1300 AD and 1300 BC here? Yes, we can. We're in the same date range, right? But over a balance scale. This is a balance scale family. This is the balance of Ma'at. So what you're going to see happening in BC, it happens in AD also. There's insignificant time frames, you know, because this is how the world functions. We are functioning in time with the universe. So this Ma'at is balancing. This Ma'at is balancing from 0 BC, you know, from 0 BC to AD, that period. This is the balance family. We've found Ma'at. This is what the ancients are dealing with. This is why when they build a step pyramid, it goes up one side and down the other. And if you count it from one way or whatever way you're going to count it, whether you count up the steps and go over the other side and count down the steps, you're going to find this is time. Time doesn't change. It just keeps rotating. So you go up the steps, you go up the steps of the pyramid, and you go down the steps of the pyramid, and you go up the steps of the pyramid that way and go down the steps of the pyramid. Well, it's the same like in the zodiac. You're going from one side of the zodiac to the other side of the zodiac. You know, so this is the actual balance of Ma'at. Now, what is the most valuable, as I mentioned about the Hindu, the Hindu reckoning, and even the Muslims? I mean, when you hear Farrakhan and his science men talking about the wheel within the wheel, They're talking about this, but they've only got this, by the way. Farrakhan and them have only got this. The wheel within the wheel. The wheel within the wheel is the little wheel, the little, like when you've got a car driving, if anybody knows anything about car mechanics, you know, the rear axle is written on a differential. The differential drives the two different wheels, but in the middle of the two wheels, to drive the two wheels of a back car, there's a thing called a differential. And in the differential, there's a big crown wheel, and the big crown wheel is connected to two dog wheels. The dog wheels drive the wheels. They're little wheels, little cogs. There's a big cog that the two little cogs interact with. It's the same thing. This is the same science, just the same simple science as the back axle of a car. This is how it works. And Emperor Haile Selassie's got the gear stick, by the way. You know, he's even controlling the gear stick. He's the controller of the back wheels of the car, if we're going to put it into just simple engineering concepts. So we see now this is the Sirius B and this is the Sirius A. This is what gives birth. This Sirius A is what gives birth to Christ. This one here, right? And this one is what delivers Christ. You know, this is the seed of Christ. This is the birth of Christ, right? This is what, because this happening is happening in the month of, right, let's just mark what page it is, right, 62. Okay, let me just mark what page that is so I can come back to it very quickly. Right, so I must take you to this. So this now, so then we can come back to the zodiac, right? So yes, but what I want to say, so where we know the number 108, right? The number 108 is very crucial in the sciences of the religions. You know, the Hindus, all their breathing and everything, all these things, what they do is all linked to the number 108. Well, what is 108? 108 is actually 1.5 degrees because it's 72 and 36, right? 72 is 1 degree of the zodiac clock, and half is 36. 36 and 72 is 108, right? Well, here, look at the so now what I've done, these are the difference in years between the measurements that we've got on the male side and the Sirius side. And when we come through the 18 stages, look what we've got, the balance scale. This is the 109. Well, you know, 108 and 109 is nothing in terms of, and I want you to understand this as well, in terms of accuracy of dating, that when Babylon use any dating, they use a 200-year margin of error when they go BC, right? There's a 200-year margin of error. Well, what's 200 years in degrees? It's roughly 216 degrees. 216 is 3 degrees. So they're bringing it within 3 degrees of accuracy, right? And if you hear these modern archaeoastronomers speak, like Robert Bauval and what's the other one? The other one, anyway, whatever their names are. But they always say, oh, well, the reason that there's 200, they say the reason there's 200 degrees, 200 years margin of error is because if you put because they say these primitive Africans, right, even the ones who support them, like Robert Bauval, and then people who write beautiful books about African science and the archaeoastronomy, they say they observe with their eyes, and if you put 3 fingers up, you would only be able to notice the movement of a star by putting up your 3 fingers. And when it's at one end of your fingers to a point, and then it gets to the other, that's the only way you can notice the movement. There's 3. This is what they say. I mean, it's rubbish, right? This is accurate African science, you know. And the point what I want to make is 72 degrees is one movement. 72 years is 1 degree of movement. So 10 years is 1/7 of 1 degree. We're talking about arc minutes, right? 1/7 of a degree. So if we've got one number out, it's really irrelevant because we're spanning over a year anyway. Which year is, is it that year or is it that year? You see what I mean? Is it 320 or is it 321? Is it, But using the pagami measurements, it gives us more accuracy. Because in these numbers, look what you've got. If you just look at this, look, this is Babylon system. This is why they can't balance their scales. Look, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, right? It all ends in that. They all end in the same, like just blocks of numbers, right? But look here, look. This is African reckoning. Look, we've got every number. 1, 2. Where's 3? 3, 4. Where's 5? 5, 6, 7, 8. Where's 9? 9. You see? Everyone we've got, right? We've got everyone in this counting. So we can now fine tune. If we want to turn the dial, we want to tune in a radio. If you jump when you're trying to tune in a radio and the thing keeps jumping, if you've got it on automatic thing, it keeps jumping and you can't get, you need to fine tune it to get the balance, to get it in the right place. This is what we're dealing with. So the difference between the heliacal, the male and the female, if we look at the difference in the values, here they are, look, 109. Well, here's the number. This is this famous 108 number, the degree and a half, time and a half. You see, now when we're talking about time and a half, our brother came on the other day, the brother with an Egyptian name, Dej. I wasn't, Dej, our brother in Dej somebody. I can't remember his whole name. Forgive me for that, but his name was Dej something. He, or Jehuti, that's it, Jehuti. That was his name, Jehuti. The DJ I was remembering, because it's related to Lij. You see, Lij Teferi, Lij, Jij. So, and also the ancient white wall theology is called the ancient white wall theology. This is what we're talking about here. Is ancient white wall theology is called hedge, something hedge. What's it called? A Bonu hedge. I can't remember. I've lost it with me, but it's something hedge. Like that DJ is something to do with this. The royal sons. So anyway, so we've got the number of 108 here. The one we've found the science. So this is the balance, and because 4 108s are 432. Well, it takes 430 years to change from one age to another, right? There's a 432 year, 430 or 430 year actually period between where it changes, and that's written in the Bible, where Ezekiel in Ezekiel chapter 4, where he says that Israel laid on its side for 390 years for the iniquity of Israel. Oh, what was the iniquity of Israel? Losing the calendar, losing the ability to calculate, right? So he was laid on his side for the iniquity of Israel for 390 years, and then he laid on his side, on his other side, for 40 years for the iniquity of Judah. 390 and 40 is 430. 107.5s, right? 107.5s is 430. You see, because that 1.5 degrees, right? That 1.5 degrees is a very fine margin of error, right? Because don't forget, Babylon is saying everything's within 200 years, plus or minus 200 years. They've got no definitive places. But this science is very, very precise. So like I was saying, if we're within 72 years of a time space, a time and place, if we're in 72 years of it, we're actually within arc minutes of a degree. So we're very, very, this is because they talk like these, our ancient ancestors were fools. They're geniuses. They've got it marked down. They've got everything marked, right? So what we've got here is the elder Horus. So we go back now. We can go back now to our zodiac and the creation story. I know this is, but it's good to have a background that we actually know what we're talking about, right? So we'll go back to the creation story of from the Shabaka stone. Right. We go back to the creation story of the Shabaka stone. Now, here we begin now. If everything begins in the east, according to the ancient science, the sun rises in the east and goes down in the west. The Sphinx is positioned here. The Sphinx is positioned here at the west, looking directly east along the cardinal. This is where the Sphinx is actually positioned, on the cardinal point. He's set on cardinal west and he's looking cardinal east for the sunrise of the first sunrise, right? This is where he's looking. So, but that happens in when? The first sunrise happens in March, right? Oh, look, March is here. You see, so now we've got to start looking. Now we've got to see that this is a mirror. This is mirrored because now the story, and this is what this story of Imhotep's story of creation is Imhotep's story of creation. Here it is, right? He's actually now decided. Look, now he says this is now the splitting up. We've got to try. I'll try and explain it to you if you can try and picture the zodiacs as I've shown it to you, as we've demonstrated them tonight. So Geb, Lord of the gods, commanded that the 9 gods gather to him. He judged between Horus and said, well, Geb, Lord of the gods, is actually an earth god. So this is a man who's actually defining these things, right? Geb, because Geb is the earth god. So this is the man who's telling you this stuff, right? Geb, Lord of the gods, commanded that the 9 gods gather to him. He judged between Horus and Seth. He ended their quarrel. He made Seth king of Upper Egypt, which is the bottom half of the zodiac, and he made Upper Egypt up to the place where he was born in Su, right? Well, where was he born? He was born in the horizon, right? So he made Seth the king of Upper Egypt, the lower part of the. He made him the lower part of the zodiac. And he says, up to the place of where he was born in Su. Or where is he born in Su? He's born in the horizon. So he's gone up. He's gone up. He was born in the south, and he's gone up to the place where he was born, up into the horizon, right? From the south, he's gone up to the horizon. Up to the place where he was born in Su. And Geb made Horus king of Lower Egypt. Well, where is Lower Egypt? Lower Egypt, the north, right? Up to the place which his father was drowned. Up to the place where his father was drowned. What was he talking about? Up to the place where his father was drowned. What happens here? We're here, we're December, we're going into January. Well, what we do know is in January that the head of Orion constellation dips down below the equator. It can't be seen. You can only see the body of the star of Orion up here at this time of the year. his head in January is under here, under the water. Don't forget now, if we go back to, I don't want to keep jumping back to the, to the thing, but if we go back to the other thing of the other diagram of the Shabaka stone, with the everything, the double horizon, right? It is the actual, don't forget, if you can remember the shape, like the angle of it, the angle of that, the angle of it, it was going across like this. It wasn't going across like this, north, east, west. It was actually going across like this. It was going across like, if you can remember, because there's a special, I don't want to jump to it yet, but I'll show you. This is a special place, right? This is a special place here, because this is now going down into January. This is when Orion's head is down here in the south. So this is what he's talking about. His father, he's talking about the constellation of Orion, right? So yeah, so go back where your father drowned. That's where the Orion head goes down in January. This is why we have Timcat in January, because the head of the lion, the head of the Sphinx, is down under the water being baptized. Isn't that Timcat when they're the baptism of Christ? Oh, yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Right? So he goes up to the place where his father drowned, the east, in the month of 3rd January, when Sahu Orion's head is below the. I've put this in there, right? This is the actual text, but I've put this in there, which is the division of the two lands. Where is the division of the two lands? The horizon. You know, the division, the two horizons in the diagram that I showed the idea. One at the top measuring down below, one at the bottom measuring above, the two horizons. Thus Horus stood over one region and Seth stood over the other region, northeast and southeast, right? So, okay, now if we go back to the here, so we're talking about Horus, we're talking about Set and Horus. Well, look, see this Set and Horus? This is Set and Horus here. This is Set and Horus, right? And this is Horus, right? So what they're talking about is if you know how this thing works, it moves in quarters, right? Even though like this is 4 quarters of the calendar, right? Which, as we know, there's four quarters in the calendar, 4 seasons, right? In the Northern Hemisphere. So this 4 quarters, if we move this en bloc, if we take these 3, we move it en bloc. We move Sut Horus, Horus of the South, we move him here. Right? Move this, let's move this whole clock, let's swivel the whole clock 90 degrees, right? So Sut Horus now is going to be here. This is his place. We're talking about the place now, right? Don't worry about the dates or anything. Just move the place. Let's move him from here to here. Well, if we've moved him from here to here, he has moved here to a new creation, right? This is where creation began, right? With Shu Tefnut, as the water over the water over the dark. What was it? The spirit over the waters, as it begins in the Bible, right? There was darkness, and the spirit moved over the waters. Boom! There, the waters of Nut. Nut is the waters, right? So there, if we move this by 1/4, 90 degrees, Sut Horus is here. Well, aren't we talking about Sut Horus, Horus and Seth, right? But then the other one, this new Horus, is here because he's going to be born in the horizon. You see, you've got to imagine now. You've got to imagine this is a static thing, but if we had different slides, we could actually move. I could demonstrate it to you. I'm going to make them so I can actually give that proper lecture. You know, I'm going to make slides where we can superimpose one over different things over it, right? So here we see that this whole thing, this is the movement of the 4 quarters, right? Well, you know, when there's an astronomer named he's the president of the Russian archaeological, he's the president of the World Astronomy what is it? The astronomical organization of the world. He's the president. He's a Russian named but anyway, he done a, I can't think of his name. He done a study on the origins of the zodiac, and he said there's something he didn't know what it was, right? He said, but there's a cross, right? There's something like it's the cross of Scorpio and Osiris and Leo and Aquarius. There's something to do with this cross. He don't know what it is, but there's something special about this cross, right? But he said it's between 5,600 BC and 2,700 BC. There's some, well, that was his Gerstein, Alexis Gerstein, his name was, I think, right? He's the president of the of the astronomy, you know, all the buffs in the world, all the famous science astronomers in the world. He's the president of that organization, and he did a thing on the zodiac, and it was the four quarters. He done something about these four quarters. Well, but all he knew about it was that it's something to do with 5,600 BC and 2,700 BC. Well, what's the significance of 2,700 BC? We know that the Abba Shakir, right, the Ethiopian scholar, dated and predicated the Ethiopian calendar on the Ethiopian ecclesiastical calendar on 2,700 BC, you know. If I was giving a proper lecture, I would actually show you, you know, I'd bring up the references, you know, the receipts, but you trust me that I'm telling you that that's what he says, right? And this Gerstein, he's found something to do with these crosses, right? Let me just see what page that is. Let me just write that down, 94. I'm just going to show you, right? I'm going to just show you, I'll just show you that it's the Shabaka science that they don't know, right? It's the Shabaka science they don't know, family. It's the Shabaka science they don't know. I'm just finishing this book off. I'm just finishing it off. I'll be printing this book very, very soon. I've been delayed for a year. I got waylaid on another stupid project. Well, not a stupid project, but you know, I've done doing other things that all getting involved in the Fairfield House and all these things stopped me doing this work. And I'm not doing it. I'm back on track. I'll be publishing this very soon. You know, because this is the boom. You know, this is the boom. I just want to show you. I'm going through it slowly, Russ, because I've got to just find it, what I need to show. No, not this. It's here. It's here. Or have I lost it? It should be there. It should be there. But I want to show you this Alex Gerstein with his measurements, and he didn't know where it came from, and I can show you where it came from, right? And he was the president of the astronomy, the Russian and his name was Alex Gerstein, PhD, right? Doctor of Physics. Yeah, Alex Gerstein. And I'm taking this from my book now. It says he arrived, it says this, in the 1990s, the eminent Russian astronomer Alex Gerstein, PhD, one-time president of the International Astronomy Union Commission on the History of Astronomy, undertook an extensive study on the origins of the zodiac. Gerstein arrived at the intriguing conclusion that the ancient Egyptians not only knew and tracked four principal zodiacal constellations, denoting the solstices and the two equinoxes, which he called the quartet of ecliptic constellations, but also that Giza necropolis somehow, listen to this, somehow commemorated the origins of the zodiac. Gerstein presented his findings to the Russian Academy of Science in a paper titled The Great Pyramids of Egypt as Sanctuaries Commemorating the Origins of the Zodiac. An analysis of astronomical evidence, Gerstein, 1996, page 33, 31. In brief, Gerstein proposed that before the classical Babylonian 12-sign zodiac was introduced in Egypt, the ancient Egyptians used a 4-sign zodiac with the constellations that mark the 2 solstices and the 2 equinoxes. The quartet constellation can be imagined forming a giant cross at the time of the equinoxes. Right? A giant cross. Let me, I want to say the giant cross is, what page was that? 94. The giant cross is, the giant cross. I just want to show you the zodiac again. While I'm reading this, I just want to read it to you. 102. Right, okay. A giant cross, you see? Leo to Aquarius, Scorpio to a giant cross, but not a cross as in a cross like this, as we see in the church. But when you see the Ethiopian crosses, they don't only have the north-south, they have crosses marked like an X also, right? So he says, in brief, Gerstein proposed that before the classical Babylonian 12-sign zodiac was introduced in Egypt, the ancient Egyptians used a foreign 4-sign zodiac with the constellations that mark the 2 solstices and the 2 equinoxes. The quartet, the constellations can be imagined forming a giant cross at the time of the equinoxes, such as the 2 equinoxes divine latitude, i.e. east-west line, and the 2 solstices divine longitude, i.e. north-south line. According to Gerstein, the alignments and symbolism of the Giza necropolis were made during the Taurus quartet, which he dated from 5,600 BC to 2,700, right? BC. So we're in some esteemed company here, family. We're in some esteemed, but they don't know what it's about, brethren, because they don't know, they haven't got the Shabbat stone. Because without the Shabbat stone, none of this information makes sense, right? I can't see where the maths is. Yes, so family, what we've got here is the bit that, but His Majesty knows this, family. His Majesty knows this, and how we know His Majesty knows this is because of his planning. Because when he does it, when he makes his move, when he makes his economic moves, when he traveled everywhere in the world, he did it based on this mathematics or on the calendar, because the calendar is this is the basis of the calendar, So His Majesty was aware of it, and His Majesty, they used to say that Debrazit, His Majesty had a little library there at Debrazit, and he had all writings there, and they were trying to find out what it is His Majesty knows, because they said, oh, it was all. You can read that in the book of The Mission by the librarian, the European librarian who Majesty gave the job to run the library, and like he said it, like His Majesty they didn't know what His Majesty was studying in there, but His Majesty knew something, right? And His Majesty knew, because you have to know when to move, because His Majesty rebuilt Ethiopia faster. His Majesty rebuilt Ethiopia faster than any country was restored after the First World War, right? Second World War. Sorry. He rebuilt Ethiopia after the Second World War, and he made it quicker. He rebuilt Ethiopia quicker than the West could have rebuilt Afghanistan or any of the other countries that were savaged by war. His Majesty, I can't see where that paper is. I want to just show you. His Majesty, His Majesty rebuilt faster than any other country. You know, it's written. I think you'll find that written actually in the Silver Jubilee. You know, by David Abner. He actually done he actually done the comparisons and showed you actually why. He didn't say how he did it, but he showed that His Majesty actually built much faster than any other countries who had all the money in the world, you know, like the Western world, like the European Western world in rebuilding their war-torn, because that's part of their science, you know, smashing up and destroying and then rebuilding and putting all their infrastructure in. And then, you know, then the whole system is predicated on their investment, you know. I can't believe that. Yeah, it's all predicated on their investment. So this science, family, is this science is what we need to know. And when, you know, and the reason that we need to know it is because our economists, people who, I'm not an economist, I don't know how to do economy and all those things, but I've got the model. This is the model to work with. And this is what our African brothers, all our brilliant African brothers need to know. This needs to be put in the African curriculum, because then they can then, because I'm only a basically trained engineer. I ain't got no special training on that. But our experts in our languages and all our sciences and all, they need to know this fundamental basis to then be able to put their knowledge, what they've learned in this Babylon world of education, which is predicated on just the precession of the equinoxes. They need to just know this and then adapt their teaching into this science. And we will then, as a people, be able to we will be able to rebuild. We will be able to rebuild. Oh, no, not that one. We will be able to rebuild our we will be able to okay, this is it. We will be able to rebuild our nation, our economies, you know, because don't forget, you know, it's not we don't do away with it, because they work in hand, as I showed you in the table. Like the Babylon side is one side and the African side is the other side. It's the balance. But they're only using one side. That's why their economies keep collapsing, etc., etc. They haven't got the balance. So the balance that we could have, right, is to be able to know when to move and how to fine tune and balance the scales, and when to make our investments and how much money we invest, because it is all scientific. So, as I was saying, the number, let's go back now to what I just read to you about the quartet of the ecliptic, according to Alex Gerstein, PhD. Look, I've got it here, 5,600 and 2,700. Okay, let's see if we can find if he's got these numbers. Oh, look, 5,600, right? 2,700. That's what he was saying. It's something to do, but he's saying it's something to do with the eclipses and the solar the solstices, right? because they don't know what it is. But here it is. Here it is. 5,600. It's the measurement of the southern wall, right? I will show you it, right? It's the measurement of the southern wall, and then it gives us 1,360, right? This is the other wall. That and that added together, this wall and this wall added together gives us 1,360. If we add 100 to 30, because this is the triangle. This is from the triangle that I showed you, the golden triangle, right? This is the vertical, and this is the horizontal lines of the triangle, and then we've done the mathematics, added them together, it gives us 1,360. And if we tie them together with the hypotenuse on the cycle, on the triangle, the golden triangle, the hypotenuse is 100. If we add 100 to that, it gives us 1,460. What's 1,460? The length of the Sothic cycle, right? So all what Alex Gerstein, the famous brigadier, is working out, here it is. And our brother, Jehuti, the other day, he told us about he's working on a calendar, and it's 38,780. What did he say? 782. I can't remember. I wrote it down, but I can't remember. But anyway, but look, from the Shabaka, it was just 184 less than this he come up with, right? Our brother who spoke the other day, last week, when he said he was dealing with a 38,000 year and 700 and something year calendar. Well, this is the number coming out. This is the same number coming out of here, right? And so, and also when I spoke to you about the Henny cycle, the 19-year cycle, that is the 20, is this science divided by 1,360 gives us the 19.1 year cycle, the Henny cycle, right? When we're talking about our African kings being from the Center Henny, and we've got a Henfier. It's all the great white house. It means the great white house in the sky. That's what my dad told me. My dad comes from a Henfier. My dad's royal house is called the House of Dachem, a Henfier. A Henfier means the great white house. We're talking about white wall theology. Inebu Hijj. Inebu Hijj. It's called the white wall theology. And they're talking about the southern wall, right? The southern wall, as you spoke in that Shabbat stone there, as I read it to the item, the Shabbat stone is talking about the southern wall, right? Because the southern wall is this. This is the southern wall. Right, this is the southern wall. Sorry for messing you about, family, but this is the southern wall. You see here? This is the southern wall. This is the mastaba. This is the mastaba. This is the orientation of the mastaba. The mastaba is the orientation of the pyramids being built and around it. The mastaba is the shape, as I showed you last time. The mastaba. You see? Look. This is Sekhmet's mastaba. This is in the complex of Imhotep's building. You see, so this is the mastaba, and you see, and this is coming out of Beauval's book, Robert Beauval. You know, this is just the plan of Saqqara, the ground plan of the Saqqara, and as you can see, that's offset by 11 degrees, right? So, as I showed you last time, I'm sorry to be jumping through this, family, but I want to show you that right. So as again, that was 11 degrees offset, and here we have 11 degrees. But as you saw, theirs was orientated north-south. This is east-west, because this is the magnet. This is the Shabaka stone. This is 17,300 BC. The one that they've got the ground plan of there is 2,600 BC. This is 17,000 BC. So it's a 90-degree turn. You see, it's a 90-degree turn, but we've got the 11 degrees. We've got 12 degrees here, right? This is the horizon. Look, this is the horizon going across here like this. You see, look. You see? So this is because this is the sun magnet. And how can we say, oh, this is the sun? Well, because all the measurements. I'll just show you. Like at Peak Giza, the highest declination of the sun at the summer solstice is 84 degrees. Right? It rises up 84. It doesn't go up to 90 degrees directly overhead. It goes up to 84 degrees. Look, oh, there it is. There's the 84 degrees that the sun rises. Look. You see, 84 degrees. I've measured from this 110 degrees, the degrees around this circle from here to here is 84 degrees, 84.5 degrees. You see, this is a solar measurement, family. There's the 363, 121, 121, 121, right? These are the so all of the numbers that you see that they've pulled out of the Saqqara complex, they're all in here. They're all in here, you know. And this line here, the southern line, is actually, I've actually put it in, right? It's not actually there. This is only all these dotted lines aren't there. This is what I've put in. I've now superimposed over the Shabaka stone the static cardinal points, right? But you might notice, look, that's not 90. That zero is actually 78 degrees on the Shabaka, you know, that measurement of, because what I've done now, I've rotated it, right? From the Shabaka stone, I've actually rotated this into position to actually give you the entrance to the temple. This is the entrance of Hathor's temple here. This is her entrance, but it's actually not like it's actually, if you from the Shabaka stone, this is actually it is 12 degrees off of 90. So I've actually swiveled it round now, right? I've swiveled it round and put that magnetic line onto the north-south static longitudinal plane. You see? So family, I think, I don't know, I think I should have explained enough for you. Let's just go back to the Shabaka, the story. Let's just go back to the story just to see if I want to bring you any more out of the story that I can explain to you. But the creation story. But all of that creation story, the ribs of Adam and everything, I've explained to you. You've taken one rib from the 11, made the 10. You've took and the one that was now is 10 is the lost information. You know, that is the, I read it to you last time. It's called the Aru Hetep, which they said would be found again. You know, it would be found. There will be a time when this information is found. It's to do with the lost islands of Atlantis, the 10 lost islands of Atlantis, the 10 lost tribes of Israel. It's all to do with this finding that knowledge there on the back of the Shabaka stone, the creation story. So we have it here, family, and we can use it. You know, it can be used, but we need to show this to our scholars, to let, you know, our economic scholars and people who, you know, our science people, and make them know this when they do, and then they build their foundations. They build on this foundation, not doing away with the Babylon system, but working with it, because as that table showed, the table of Ma'at, it shows that they work together. And they work over that 108. They work over that 108. They work under that 108 model. You know, that science of the 108, which is a 1.5 degrees, and 1.5 times the 26,000 years is 38,976. You see, it's all what we call it exponential, or we call it, what do they call it? You know, if you've got 100, you know, the orders of magnitude, but there's an actual name, fractals. Yes, fractals. The word is fractals. We're working in fractals, you know, like, so like 1,000, 100,000 is a fractal of 1,000, and vice versa. You see? So and all of these numbers, that's how they work. So we've got so we've got the quarters. Now, don't forget Gerstein was talking about the quarters, right? So I explained to you how his father was drowned. Where, you know, he went to the place his father drowned. That's where Orion's head goes under the water in January, the baptism of Christ. Then it seemed wrong to Geb that the portion of Horus was like the portion of Seth. So he gave to Horus Seth's inheritance, for he is the son of the firstborn. He gave Horus Seth's inheritance, for he's the son of the first Horus, right? Geb to the 9 gods. I've appointed Horus the firstborn, right? Geb's word to the 9 gods. Him alone, Horus the inheritance. Geb's words to the 9 gods. To this hair, my inheritance. Geb's words to the son of my son. The son of my son. The son of my son, Horus. You see, we've got 2 Horuses. There's not 1 Horus, there's 2 Horuses. Then Horus stood over the land. He's the uniter of the land. Proclaimed in the name of Ta Tenen. Can we see anything there? We Ta Tenen, but we also got Menen. You see, like Menen, because the age of Aquarius is Menat in Kemet. You see, and Tenen is a double, and we're talking about the double horizon, right? South. Here we go. South of his wall. South of his wall, Lord of eternity. Right, as I showed you, the wall, south of that wall will give you cardinal south, right? Then spouted 2 great magicians upon his head. 2 great magicians is the crowns, right? The double crown. He is Horus, who arose as king of Upper and Lower Egypt, who united the 2 lands in the nome of the wall, the place in which the 2 lands were united. Reed and papyrus were place on the double doors of the house of Ptah. What's the double doors of the house of Ptah? If we remember on the magnetic diagram, the northwest, west-northwest in the magnetic and cardinal 0. That's where they are, you see? The double doors, the 2 zeros in the horizon. This means Horus and Seth pacified and united. Now, this is where you're going to understand the quarters. They fraternize so as to cease quarreling in whatever place they might be, united in the house of Ptah, the balance of the 2 lands, which is Upper and Lower Egypt. So, if we go back to the zodiac and we realize how this works, they say in the balance of the scales, right? In the balance of the 2 lands, the balance of the 2 lands. And then this is rocking to here. This, as I explained to you, Sut Horus will remove to the place of here, like the quarter is moving. And then this quarter has moved to there. And then it will go back and carry it back to there because it ends up in the house of Ptah. It's describing the rocking motion. You see, it's a rocking motion. This is only a static, but this is a rocking motion. But you have to understand the rocking motion of the quarter, not just of single house, of the quarter. And that's the only way that's the only way that makes sense. Now, that's the only way that makes sense. But as I told you, the 3090, right? The 3090 number that we brought down, which they're saying is the beginning of the first dynasty of Egypt, from the Nama palette, right? There's a value of 3090. Well, if we take that number, the value of the 3090, and we bring it down to Earth, right? We bring it down to year 0, then we go to 3090, right? We know that the Ethiopian flag now has got the 5-pointed star because we've brought down the number, we've brought down how we got the number of the 7 how we got the number of the 7 powers, which is the powers of Seshat or Sesha, you know, the powers of the snake. That is the value. It is 3090. 3090. So we bring it down to year 0. It gives us 3090 BC, which is the time of Nama. Now, means, they call him Nama from the Nama palette, or they call him means. Well, means in Ethiopia is the age. Zemena Masafent. The age of princes. Zemena Masafent. This ages. That's what they called it. The age of princes. Zemena is the age, right? Well, Menat, Menelik, Menes. You know, the mean is an age, right? And what they were saying, they call the Nama palette and that king, the scorpion king, right? They call him Nama, right? Well, if we go back and bring down that 3090 and go back in increments of 3090, 5 3090s brought to Earth gives us 15,450. This is 4,451 according to the science, but if we just use the 3090, multiply it by 5, it gives us 15,450. Bang, we're bang on. We are bang on the cusp of Isis, Sierra, Scorpio. Here she is, the mother temple, right? This is the mother temple, yeah? And this is the beginning of the thing. And what do we have here? The balance scales, Libra. You see, now we got the balance scales are working. Now, if we was to draw a line through here, right? Because you see, we know there's 13 months, but there's only 12 lines. Well, where does the 13th month to? The 13th month is 1320. If we draw a line at 1320 BC, it would sort of be around here, right? Coming through here. Look where it goes, straight up into Libra, straight up into the balance, you see? Because this is the phallus. This is the phallus that Isis brought down and fashioned to re-establish Osiris, according to the legend. So this is the 13th rib, right? It's the penis that she couldn't find. When they gathered the body parts of Osiris, they couldn't find his penis. She fashioned it. It's the 1320 rib, or the 1320 penis, the 1320 scepter of power, right? That comes into here. So that 3090 takes us into 15,450, right? 5 times 3090. So if we take that 3090 measurement, and then we go from there, the sixth one would be I think 1870 something. I think 807. I think it's 18,769. I think, with 3090 onto that, and then it goes up to 21,631. Boom! Now we've come straight back into the 21,630, the 10 ribs of the thing of the ages. You see, this is confirmation that we've actually got the science right. Because if we add if we add from the 18,000 one, we come back to 21,630, which gives us the set, which is the 390 division. And then if we go on again to 24,000, we go on again to from 21,630, we go to 24,726, brings us straight back here. Look, 24,726 will be in the house of Horus. So we're back in the house of Horus. You see, this is but this is the first Horus. This is the old Horus. This is Father Horus, who gave birth to his son Horus at 12. In the time of 2000. The time of the BC crossover. BC AC crossover is 289. You see, this is the new Horus, but the old Horus we have to go back. But we can carry him back through 3090 measurements, and it's perfect within this science. So, family, I'll leave that right there. And I think I'm satisfied that, you know, I've put enough information in the eyes of them head to see that this is actually perfect African science, which is lost to the world. Give thanks, Rastafari, Kadamari Haile Selassie is the Almighty I.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give thanks. Wonderful, wonderful. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Fire, we can hear you, man.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Great reasoning. Great reasoning. Um, yes, I give thanks to the ones that are still on here, still attached, still alert. And yes, great reasoning. Everything has been real deep and very invigorating and very substantial. So we give thanks to the word, the song, to the power. Great reasoning this evening. Great reasoning. Yes, sir.
Is there any questions, by the way? Does anybody have any questions? I can take any questions if anybody wants any answers.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So Martha, I've seen something before about the three women.
Yes.
Mary, the mother of Jesus, Mary
Yes.
Magdalene, and Mary Martha.
Yes.
What is the significance of these three women together? What's the underlying
Yeah.
reasoning?
The underlying part of the sisters is that you know, the constellation of the Big Dipper. You know, you have the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper. Let me share it to you. Let me share it. Hang on. Let me come back and share it to you. I'll show you. Yeah. Let me show you, family. That's great. I'm glad you asked me that question because I actually did prepare something for that in the present. What I was going to show you the item about the dippers. Where are they? I have a picture of them dippers. Oh, I had a picture of those dippers. The Big Dipper, in the handle of the Big Dipper, you know, the Big Dipper is the pan in the sky. You know, the big pan when you see the picture of the pan in the sky.
Yes,
yeah. When you see the picture of this pan in the sky, you see the handle. The handle has three stars in the handle, right?
Yes.
Well, and the last star is called what's the last star called? I can't remember what it's called. But those three stars in the handle, anyway, in ancient, I had a picture of them somewhere. I don't know where I've put it. I had the name of those sisters are called the three sisters of the beer, right? B-I-E-R, sisters of the beer. Yeah. And those sisters of the beer are
that's Exhibit, right?
Because exio means Lord, right? Exio means Lord.
Yes, sir.
And beer, they are called three sisters of the beer, and they are the three stars in the handle of the Big Dipper, right? That is what they were called. That is the ancient you know, the story associated with them. They are called the three sisters of the beard. So this is, this is why Rastafari is so great, brethren, because when the Ethiopians are saying Exia beard, well, what does it mean? Because that constellation is the second hand of the world, family. That is the non-setting star. It continuously goes round and round and round the North Pole at different altitudes and degrees at different times. But it doesn't stop rotating around the throne. You know, when they say, oh, where's heaven? Where the ancient people describe heaven is called the Shenu ring, the area around the North Pole where the stars never set. And the stars that never set, the main stars that don't set, the main constellation of the stars that never set is the Pan, the great, they call it the Great Bear, right? But it's not the bear, it's the beer. You see, they call it the Great Bear, they call it the Big Dipper, they call it, what do they call it? The Big Dipper, the Great Bear, Pan, they call it Pan. You hear that Christ is called the Pantocrator, right? So this is where it all comes from. That is the science of that moving around. And when the Sirius star impregnates the Earth in November, which is the month of Scorpio, where Nama, the Scorpio king, came from. You see, all of the thing now, it starts to tie in. Scorpio, the Scorpion king, right? It all comes from the fact of these stars moving and when they move and when these things happen. And the Sirius star impregnates the world in the month of November. That is the stretching of the cord ceremony. This is where they align all the temples and everything. So the three sisters of the beard, they were three Marys, right?
I have a name. What is this? Alin Nick Alinitak.
Alnitak. That's the end of the star. That's the last star. Alnitak is the last star, Russ. The last one of the handle is Alnitak. That's the name of it.
Okay. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
Al. You see, and the Arabics, the names that we use are Arabic names. You know, the Arabics, all the star names that we're using are actually are used from the what do we just call them? The Arabic language, right? And so Al Nitak Al. What do they call Allah? Allah Al Nitak. You see, because that is the God star. This is where gods are born. It's all out of that star. And those three sisters of the beer in the handle of there, and with the last one being Al Nitak. Yes, and it is when Al Nitak is in position that the Sirius star rises and goes and impregnates the Earth in November, in the morning, right? But it's been watched all night long. It's not just it coming up with the rising of the sun. That is the giving birth. But what we're describing is the impregnation of the Earth. You know, that is Sirius B. But it's only the same star, you know, working in a different time frame, you know. So yes, family. So that is that is what is the daughters of the beer is Egzi. Egzi is Lord. Beer is the handle. He's Lord of the beer. He's Lord of the handle. He's Lord of. He's in control of that movement around the throne. You see, because the throne of heaven is actually where the ancient called it the Shenu ring. Shenu, Shenu, Shenu ring. And the Shenu ring is where the non-setting stars rotate continually around the earth, keeping time. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I give thanks. Any more questions?
Any more questions? Floor is open. Any more questions? All right. I think that's it for this evening.
Yes.
Well, give thanks, Rasai, for chiming in on time. And the lesson was great and on time and
Well,
synchronized with everything.
I just wish that I'd known, and I would have prepared it with more, with a little bit more
Fluidity.
structure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But I think there was was it easy to follow? I mean, it's not really that difficult. Is it followable? I'd like to ask the item, how.
Yes, I think we should run it back again though. There's a lot of information at one time, so I definitely think it's something we should go through again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a lot of information. But Russ, I mean, I'll be publishing this book soon,
Sweet.
so everything, and people will be able to have it, and then read it, and how I've written the book also is where when I talk about these things, I reference you back into the book to the basis of it. You understand? So you can keep track of the movement, because what's as it is in the beginning, it shall be in the end. So it has to correlate, obviously. But it's very it's very powerful information, Russ. And like I say, if we can get our scholars, because the science of economics and everything is all predicated on the balance of the imbalance which Babylon system is set on. So if we can actually balance it, then if we can actually understand how the balance works, we can then have a balanced economic system.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's
I wanna
very.
I wanna bring in this song right here. Yeah, and I'm gonna get the video with the lyrics. But I think this song right here resonates with the reasoning for this evening. Great reasoning about knowing thyself, knowing thy history and such. So yes, I give thanks.
Yes, I give thanks.
Ancient of days. Ancient of days, and it's the one who gathered the momentum, stone cold fireball, stone cold in defense of the most high word to God. Guard the earth as she feed the reward, them chop down the trees to kill us the youth. And this guard, chat if it's a chat, what's the economics, in a truth and rights, what's the fascination with them bright city lights. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I don't think you know me. I from a mountainous plateau, all of Zion is a vibe. What is your wicked story? What is your wicked story? Hey no, well if it please ya, one make them back up on me temper. Rock it like a launch you back past a real. What a ignorance of danger gun pose imposter, yeah. Well who have you known, sir? Just provide and alone make you still the bound, yeah. Use James Brown good footstep out. You won't never support a champagne car. You won't never support a champagne car. Yeah. The back island away. Simply reserve the right, keep even the cold. The whole back of bush shanty ship shape and hold it tight. Two negative sign is an equal sign. Multiply double negative, you get a positive, mostly all for sure all the time. Them have the massive under them mathematics. Spellbound and I play with their mind. Boost up your ego and bamboozle them blind. Ah, yeah. But again, like I said, I don't think you know me. I from a mountainous plateau, all of Zion is up high. What is your ribcage story? Your ribcage story. If it please ya, what make them not back up your arm for me temper? Rocket a go launch you back past gorilla. What a ignorant of danger gun pose imposter ya. Why who have you known, sir? Jah Providence alone you sit down, Jah. Use James Brown good footstep on. You only buck up out the champagne car. Mouth can talk. Ah, yeah. Agent of death. And it's the one who gathered the momentum. Stone cold fireball. Stone cold in defense of the most high word to Jah God. Guard the earth as she feed the reward. Them chop the trees down to kill us the use and discount. Chad if it's a chad. What's the economics in not truth and rights? What's the fascination with your fascists? What is the fascination with your bright city lights? No, you don't know me. Hey, I don't think you know me. I don't think you know me. From a mountain of plateau, all of Zion is a high. Ribcage story. Hey, your ribcage story. If it please ya, what make them not back up your heart for me temper? Rocket a launch you back past gorilla. What a ignorant of danger gun pose imposter ya. Who have you known, sir? Jah Providence alone you still there on ya. Use James Brown books never. You only buck up out the champagne car. I prefer the clouds and the rains of the Lord. What kind of people, what kind of skylark? What I don't think you know me. I from a mountainous plateau, I love Zion is a high. The ribcage story. What is your ribcage story? Panic about some ribcage. When the true vicious zone analyze the colors out of eye, mixing up you have to survive. Black woman is the highest chest piece, no lie. Frigid in the mountains without no wife, aggressors of our life, aggressions of them life. Never up the court of the sea, Neptune split out upon the galaxy. Live at your constant. I don't think you know me. I'm from a mountainous plateau, all of Zion is a high. Ribcage story. Hey, your ribcage story.
Yes, I. So, like we talked about with the Shabaka stone, with Adam's ribs, what is your rib cage story? And then he just mentioned a while ago about the people living in the caves without the woman, that kind of thing where it's become a disbalance, and the black woman is the highest chess piece, no lie, but we are from a mountainous plateau, all of Zion is a vibe, and they're talking about people being obsessed with the city lights, and the city lights block out the stars, so they have us in their intent to focus on the city lights instead of the starlights. And the starlights have the answer. And like what Ras Cypher talk about with the economics, when we talk about the economics, he talk about knowing when certain things come into a good time to sell and buy, So, yeah, man, a lot of different ways of the ancient esoteric is being disseminated. A lot of ones on ones have been doing diligent work to share the knowledge that the Most High has placed upon their hearts, you know. And it's wonderful to see the synchronicity of the different angels of the Most High who are working. So the Shabakasun is a cold defense, you know, and it's a guard to the earth, and she feed the reward, and they chop down the trees carelessly and use God. So
Hey Russ, I don't want to Russ, you see something? You
go
see
ahead.
that? The excuse me, Russ. Yeah, you see the what I was showing the item about the table with the colored table?
Yes, sir.
I think it's been nicked, you know, it's not there, you know, it's been moved out of my book, Russ. Where I've been showing you this thing, it's been moved, and also the page of the mathematics has been moved out of this computer, Russ. It's not here. From just now, it was here, it's not here.
Well, the eye gotta get some. What's your program for your protection field? Your computer.
I'm using what do you call it?
Okay. Well, whatever it is, just do a checkup to clean out your computer, make sure nobody ain't getting to your stuff.
Well, it's gone, Russ. I'm telling you, it's gone. I mean, I've got it obviously, but it's gone from from when I was just giving the item that demonstration. That page has gone from my computer, Russ. Me tell you. And also the one of the mathematics is not there either. So it's been hacked, I think.
Hell.
Yes, I.
Yeah, hell the eye.
Really,
yeah. One of.
Yes, sir, Jamusa.
Yeah, yeah.
How
We're
was
there for the night. Huh?
how was the reasoning?
It was fine, but because of the time distance and the phone dropping, but what I did see, I love it, you know. It was good, you know.
Yes, sir.
The cosmos, everything that I saw is things that I know, that I study. So yeah, I'm glad to be here, you know. But I have to really prepare myself because of the time zone, you know.
Where are you, Russ? Where are you situated?
Ghana.
Where there? Which
Ghana.
country? Okay.
Ghana.
Okay. Yeah, give thanks, I. We're on the same longitude. I'm in London.
Okay, yeah. So I'm there.
Yes, I give thanks.
One love.
Perfect.
One love.
Perfect. Right.
Samsung. Could you open your mic? That's where you're coming from. Somebody with a Samsung, the Samsung phone. Your mic is muted.
Yeah, greetings, brethren.
Yes, sir, brother Densa. Welcome. This
It's a
brother is
pleasure to be here.
coming from Kenya. So respect.
Yeah, give thanks. And I'm glad to connect and with the reasoning and the something I grasped from there, though I didn't get it like the actual starting of the meeting, but yeah, give thanks for us. And also like the reasoning of the Aki Baker song, his album. I feel like there's a lot like reasoning with the message. So yes, I give thanks.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna leave up with this one right here. And then we're gonna call it a session. Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Could I play the national anthem? Then
Yes,
go
sir.
earlier.
Give thanks, Chaplain. Yes, sir.
Land of Ethiopia. It's the black man kingdom. Ethiopia, the land of our father, the land where our gods love to be. Like bees to a hive, swiftly gather. Our children are gathered to thee, with red, gold, and green floating o'er us, and our emperor, the shield us from wrong, with our hope and our future before us. We hail and we chant and we sing. God bless our Negus high, who keeps Ethiopia free and fast to advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness leading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity pleading, one God for us. Sent his holy angels to guide us and to protect us in this land. God bless our Negus, Negus high, who keeps Ethiopia free to advance with truth and right. To advance with love and light. With righteousness pleading, we hail to our God and our King. Humanity.
Yes, sir, Chaplain.
Yes, I. Jobless.
Adhu, Ab, Kudus, Wedik, Kudus, Memphis, Kudus, Abakudus, Kedemawe, Haile, Selassie, Sim, Exhibia, Behaman, Ab, Wed, Memphis, Kudus, Abakudus, Kedemawe, Haile, Selassie, Sim, Exhibia, Nugusa Salam, Leku Lekemu, Malcolm Negatu, Abakudus, Ketamawe, Haile, Selassie, Sim, Exhibia, Yinuguse Nigesitu, Yedele, Meskele, Yi Ethiopia, Kohebe, Nugusi, Yinuguse, Zirede, Amlakana, Halina, Wasawana, Hasana, Tata, Masagana, Amlakana, Halina, Wasawana, Hasana, Sata, 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 Masagana. The King of Peace be unto you. Blessed rising with the King of Glory, Holy Father, the glorious, the Aman, the might and power of the true and living, Kudus Selassie, highly Selassie, the Lord's anointed King of our tribe, the Emperor's cross of victory, the Ethiopia Star King, the Emperor's coronation, our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Atanta, that bring a good tidings of peace and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Antata, that bring a good tidings of peace and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of Israel, Ababa Janai, our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Antauto, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom, that comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Antauto, that cometh with good tidings of peace and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. Glory in the highest. Our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Ontauto, that bring good tidings of peace and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. Glory in the highest. Our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Antauto, that cometh with good tidings of peace and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest. To our God, our strength, our protector. How beautiful are the feet of him that stand upon the mountains of Ontauto, that cometh with good tidings of peace and of freedom, who comes in the most powerful name of our Amlak. Glory in the highest. Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Blessed be the King of better Israel. For better Israel's king is Israel's Amlak, is Israel's strength, is Israel's protector, is better Israel's everything. Glory in the highest. Ababa Janai, Eliai, Sila, for there is the river.
Sila.
Ship, roar, or oar shall pass through. There is a river where no ship or oar shall pass through. Isaiah 43, 3. For I will pour water upon him that is thirsty, and floods upon the dry ground. I will pour my iron upon thy seed, and my blessing upon thy offspring. And Isaiah 44, and there shall spring up as among the grass, as willows by the watercourses. Isaiah 44, 5. One shall say, I am the Lord's. Another shall call himself by the name of Jacob, and another shall subscribe with his hand unto the Lord, and surname himself by the name of Israel. Isaiah 44, 6. Thus says the Lord, the King of Israel, and his Redeemer, the Lord of hosts. I am the first, and I am the last, and besides me, there is no God. Isaiah 44, 7. And who, as I, shall call and shall declare it and set it in order for me, since I appointed the ancient people, fireball hot, and who, as I, shall call and shall declare it and set it in order for me, since I appointed the ancient people, and the things that are coming and shall come, let them show unto them. Hallelujah. Selah. Isaiah 44, 8. Fear ye not, neither be afraid. Have not I told thee from that time, and have declared it? You are even my witnesses. Is there a Jah besides me? Yeah, there is no Jah. I know not any. Fireball, hot. Isaiah 44, 9. They that make a graven image, all of them are vanity, and their delectable things shall not profit, and they are their own witnesses. They see not, nor know that they may be ashamed. Fireball, hot. Ethiopia star king, the star knowledge. He set it in order for himself to come to be the last, since he appointed the ancient people, Ababa Janai, Hasana, Hasana, Heliah, 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 Heliah. For I will sing of mercy and judgment to thee, O Lord, while I sing. I will behave myself wisely in the ifrit way. Or when without coming to I shall walk within my house with the ifrit heart. I will set no wicked thing before my eyes. I hate the works of them who turn aside. They should not cleave to I and I. A forward heart should depart from I, and I shall not know a wicked person. Whoso previously slander his neighbor, him would I cut off. He that has a high look and a proud heart, will not I and I suffer. But my eyes shall be upon the faithful of the land, that they may dwell with I. He that walk in the ifrit way, he shall serve I. He that practice deceit shall not tarry in thy house. He that telleth lies shall not tarry in thy sight. For I shall early rise to destroy all the wicked of the land. They may cut off all wicked doers from the seat of the Most High. Abacudus Kinamari, Hadis Lasti Sion makes Zibir. Thus said the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, took this oath on November 2nd, 1930, in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Therefore, we say, in this garden of good, in this time, blessed is the man, woman, and child who walketh not after the way of the weak hearts, nor stand in the way of the sinners, No seed in the seed of the scornful. But their light is in the law of the true and living light. Abakadus Kamawi, I last year, the first Nagu Rastafari, see him exhibit. And in the eye, Lord, they agitate day and night. Therefore, should they be like a tree planted by the rivers of water that bring forth thy fruit in due season. And thy life and thy locks do not wither. Whatever thou do must prosper. But we call it not so. But like the shaft for the wind with the word, sound, and power drive it away. Therefore the weak heart should not stand in this judgment, nor sinners stand in the congregation of the righteous. For the true and living light, Abacadus Kamaria, Eli, Selassie, the first king, Rastafari, nor the ways of the righteous. But the ways of the weak heart should go down and tempest with brimstone, lightning, and blood fire. Abacadus Kamaria, Eli. Selassie, the first king, Rastafari, see him makes it beer. For he shall require the blood of the righteous at the hands of the wicked. And this time, blood fire, Abawajana, Eli. Selassie, the first king, Rastafari, see him makes it beer. Find the fire eyes into the hills from which comes I and I help. I know help come from the Most High. Abacadus Kamawi, Eli. Selassie, the first king, Rastafari, see him makes it beer. To establish Zion on earth. He will not suffer in that foot to be moved. He that keep by night should not slumber. I hold that he that keep Israel, Ethiopia, should neither slumber nor sleep. The true and living light, Abacadus Kamawi, Eli. Selassie, the first Zion night keeper. The true and living light, Abacadus Kamawi, Eli. The last day, the first and good Rastafari, see you makes the beer, it shall shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thy by day, nor the moon by night. The true and living light, Abacadus Kamawi, Eli. The last day, the first and good Rastafari, see you makes the beer, you shall watch over thy night. Shall watch over thy youth, and thy brethren, and thy sister, and thy people, and thy going out, and thy coming in from this time forward and forevermore. Abacadus Kamawi, Eli. The last day, the first and good Rastafari, see you makes the beer. But now I was glad when they said unto I and I. Come, 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 come. Let us go up into the house of the Most High. Abacadus Kamawi, Eli. The last said the first good Rastafari, see him exhibit of Ethiopia. Oh, Ethiopia. I know future stay within thy gates, so Ethiopia. Ethiopia is built at the city which compact together, where the tribes go up. The tribes of the Lord, Abacadus Kamawi, Eli. The last said the first see him exhibit to the testimony of Jacob. We give thanks and eyes to the name of the great King, Abacadus Kamawi, Eli. The last said the first good Rastafari, see him exhibit, where they are set the thrones of judgment, the thrones of the house of the great King David. Pray for the love of Ethiopia. They shall prosper that love thee. Love be within thy walls, the prosperity within thy palaces, find thy bridge and thy companion's sake. I will not say love be within thee. Because of the house of the true and living light, Abacadus Kamawi, Eli. The last said the first good Rastafari, see him exhibit, and the seat are good forever, and ever, and ever, and evermore. For the Most High, Abacadus Kamawi, Eli. The last said the first good Rastafari, see him exhibit as thy shepherd, I shall not want. He make I lie down in the green pastures. He lead I not beside the still waters. He restore I and I iron. He lead I in the pace of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with I. Thou art in thy staff, that comfort I and I. Thou preparest a table before I in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest thy head with oil. Thy cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow I and I all the days of I and I life. I shall dwell in the house of the true and living light. Abacadus Kamawi, Eli. Let's say the first nickel Rastafari, see him makes it beer. All the days of I and I life. Abacadus Kamawi. I just last see him makes it beer. Ababajai. Born best and Zeman again is the who die. For how good and how pleasant it is for brethren and sistren to dwell together in perfect love and unity. Like the precious ornament upon our night iceps, even Aaron's iceps, to go out to the skirts of his garment. It's like the present duty to the mountains of Hermon, even the mountains of Zion. For there, the true and living light, Abacadus Kamawi, Eli, the last time the first good Rastafari, still makes the beer, commanded the blessing, love, life, mercy, and judgment forevermore. Abacadus Kamawi, Eli, the last time the first good Rastafari, still makes the beer. Ila, Ababa Janai, Ethiopia, Tenari, Mahala. Ethiopia, the ancient oath. The Most High, Abacadus Kanamari, Eli, Celeste, the first Nikus Rastafari, still makes the beer, is on thy head like a crown, and thy night should not be without him. For his woven for thy night, a crown of truth It caused its branches to bud in I and I. For lo, it's not like a crown that budded not, but thou livest upon I and I head, and thou hast blossomed upon I and I head. Thy fruits are full grown and ific, foot of thy salvation, O ancient king of the nations. Abacadus Kamawi, I yearly I. The last year, the first nickel flat of I see him exhibit. Him like genie was to Babylon, I say, Talila is your name busy. Salty kuku, Sashala, I say, Talila is your name busy. By the rivers of Babylon, we cry and shed tears, we remember Zion. By the rivers of Babylon, we cried and shed tears, we remember Zion. For he shall swallow death in victory and remove the tears from our faces. He shall remove the rebuke of his people from off the face of the earth. So be it. Mon bastards, the men is Zohoda, Baba Jenai. I'm like Hana Halina Wasawana. Hasana. Sata Masagana. Sila. Nikusala. Alia. Yes, I check.
Yes, I give thanks, give thanks. Wonderful. Sila. All right, everyone. Y'all have a wonderful rising. And give thanks for the due diligence of staying through the session. And give thanks for the reasoning. Give thanks for the ministers. Give thanks for the word. Give thanks for the prayers and the frequency and the vibration of life. I am that I am. I am love. I am life. I am light. I am liberation. I am that I am.
Highly high. Perfect. Rastafari, light and love.
Yes, sir.
Rassam, do you still there? Russ, what was the Ezekiel 50, Isaiah 53? What was the verses you told the eye today? Sorry? Isaiah 53 and the verse is what? Which was it? Can you remember?
Earlier today?
You know, when we reasoned earlier today, you was telling me about Isaiah. I needed to deal with Isaiah 53.
Isaiah 53, verse 7.
Okay, Russ, giving thanks. Highly blessed. Kadamari, light and love.